All right, guys, potential shift here. Seeing if it is possible to make a meager living day trading or whether it is just a fantasy. It is Thursday, August 20th, 9:35 a.m. Let's see what's going on in markets today. I've been off for about a week or two at this point. I took a vacation, had a little bathroom remodel done, so I'm kind of hopping back into the pool right now. I've always said trading is not like riding a bicycle. It requires a certain flow. You got to be in it. You got to have a feel for it. And when you've been away from it for a few days, it's very easy to be disoriented, not know what's going on, not know where the levels are, not know what the news is. So hopping back in can be a bit of a shock and can tend to lead to bad results. So I'm going to try and be extra careful today. So yeah, that's where I'm at. Getting back into it, getting back into the flow, getting back on the bike. Let's see how it goes today. Already starting 5 minutes late, as usual. Not a great start to things, but whatever. All right. First things first. SPY down 1.5 to start the day. Looks like we opened closer down to 3 points, and we're up about 2 points in the first 7 minutes of the day. All right. So let's see here. I do want my monitor actually on. There we go. All right. Like I said, a little rusty. It's been a couple weeks. Give me a couple minutes to get back into the flow of things here. All right. So what's our news here? I can tell. Let me check my friends and their text messages. I can tell there's been a lot of chatter lately about buybacks, treasury buybacks, also crypto. Crypto's been moving. I see Bitcoin is at 71,000. Apparently it jumped 5,000 points, $5,000 yesterday. How do I feel about that? I think crypto is a very good forward indicator at this point of where the market is headed, to tell you the truth. So Bitcoin jumping $5,000 yesterday is a bullish sign to me. You know, is it super bullish? No, but it's significant enough to make note of. Let's see what else we got. My friends are saying oil keeps grinding higher. Let's see, USO 134. Yeah, oil is higher. That's oil right now is a proxy of the Iran war. As oil goes up, that is an indication that the Iran war is heating up and may continue indefinitely. As oil goes down, it is an indication that the tensions in the Middle East are simmering down a little bit and that maybe we're reaching some sort of deal. I wouldn't say a peace deal, but some sort of deal where tensions ratchet down. So oil right now, like it's just a proxy for tensions in the Middle East. So as we see oil rising, we can assume that tensions in the Middle East right now are increasing. If you think you have a good bead on what's going on in the Middle East, if you think you're a step ahead of the crowd, you think you can predict when tensions are going to, heat up, get long oil. If you think you can predict when tensions in the Middle East are going to calm down, short oil, because oil will more or less follow what is going on there. Let's see what else we got. Yes, there's this treasury thing. I have to say, I've been on vacation. I'm not fully aware of what's been going on with the treasury stuff. At first glance, I looked at it yesterday, and it looked like it was like a $4 billion buyback, which in the treasury market is nothing. I mean, it's more symbolic than anything else, I would say. So It's not something that, I don't know if that number is true or not. Let me get a little more information on it first. So, like I said, we closed in SPY yesterday at 769. Really, we were at 768.69, 769. Yeah, 769 was really where we were at all yesterday in SPY. And now we're at 767. So we're down 2 points in SPY, basically, from where we were trading yesterday. It is a Thursday. Thursdays are generally a wishy-washy day, like Monday. Mondays tend to be wishy-washy days. Thursdays tend to be wishy-washy days. Tuesday, Wednesday, you tend to get the most movement. You tend to get the most action in markets. Fridays, you tend to get the least action, the most algo-controlled, most likely to be pegged day is Friday. Tuesday, Wednesday, best trading days. Monday, Thursday, something in the middle. So Thursday doesn't really tell us much. Let's look up our 5 things to know on CNBC. I do like to check this just in case there's some huge story floating out there that I am unaware of. 5 things to know before the stock market opens, August 20th. That's today. Okay, 5 things to know. Here we go. This does not look right. Okay, that's not CNBC. Okay. The Treasury's debt buyback. That's the first story. Let's see it. The 30-year U.S. Treasury yield plunged more than 10 basis points after. So the yield plunging 10 basis points means the prices went up after the Treasury Department announced that it would take the unusual step of at least doubling the size of its government debt repurchases. CNBC, the Treasury efforts to soothe bond traders could result in inflationary flare-ups, which would be bad news for the Federal Reserve. Already, Fed members said in minutes yesterday, that it felt rate hikes could be necessary if inflation didn't show signs of cooling. President Trump continued to criticize Trump is already criticizing Kevin Warsh. Criticizing the central bank, saying Kevin Warsh is doing a great job, but the problem is the board. As for whether Americans should be concerned about the bond market, Trump said no. Meanwhile, the Treasury announced yesterday that the U.S. debt level crossed. That's more than double where bond yields are rising again this morning, which means prices are falling. So I'll give you the gist of it as I see it, and I am not a bond expert. The gist of it is bond prices have been falling. They've just been falling. I believe especially longer dated bonds have been dropping rather rapidly. Let's look at our 6-month chart here. TLT is long dated bonds. We don't need to go that far back. So you'll see at this chart up here at the top. Let's make it a little bigger for you guys. Since March, bond prices, TLT has dropped about 10%. That's a big move in the bond market, all right? So in the last 6 months or so, we've gotten about a 10% drop in bond prices, long-dated bonds. It certainly has people concerned. The bond market generally is considered more important than the stock market as both an economic indicator and as a gauge of the financial plumbing of the global, economic system. In other words, if there's going to be a problem, if there's going to be a catastrophe, if there's going to be a crash, it will usually show up in the bond market first. So you can see why people are getting concerned about bond prices rapidly falling, because, again, bond prices tend to run ahead of the stock market. They tend to be more accurate and more stable, right? Stock market prices fluctuate wildly. They go up, they go down. It's hard to get a read on where the American economy or the global economy is at based on stock market prices. They're just not very reliable in that regard. Bond prices are much more accurate and reliable in terms of, is there a problem or not? And so when you have bond prices declining rapidly, it is a cause for concern. And now we see the Treasury Department stepping in and doubling the size of its government debt repurchases. Again, let's see if that double, it moved from $2 billion to $4 billion. Again, it seems like a drop in the bucket to me, unless we're talking about $2 to $4 billion a day. Well, let me see what you've seen. I would think that this is monthly. My first gut impression here is that it is it's more symbolic. I mean, it's not nothing. In fact, it's maybe a way for the Treasury Department to begin to ease the market into the idea of taking a bigger hand in bond markets, right? So it's not a huge move by itself, but it does signal to the bond market, hey, we may be getting more involved now, all right? We're increasing our bond repurchases. Get used to the idea of the Treasury Department having a more active hand in the bond market. I think that's kind of the message here. The number itself may not, I don't think it means too much. It's the signal that, hey, the government may be getting involved in the bond market now, which, depending on how you look at it, could be a good thing. Like, hey, maybe they're going to save the bond market. Or you could look at it the other way. Oh, shit, people are panicking. This is a problem. Sell, sell, sell. Depends on how you want to look at it. All right. This is, you could go either way with it. All right. Let's see what other stories we got. Walmart beat 23% jump in global e-commerce revenue. Save the date. OpenAI is expecting to be on the public market soon. Will be a public company in 2027. That's not exactly soon. If our business if she continued, could come out earlier. Okay, so OpenAI is squawking about their IPO, but still doesn't have a date. Something about gas prices. We all know those are going up. Boise's AI boom. All right, Boise, hotspot for AI. Definitely strongly investable news story there. Huge catalyst. Boise is an AI center, apparently. So if you've got, a Boise ETF, I would definitely go along on that this morning. That's a joke, by the way. So, all right, those are our stories. The big one floating out there, the Treasury thing. Everybody's talking about it. What does it mean at first glance? Like I said, I think it's more symbolic than anything else, but it is symbolic. and it does mean the government is going to be taking a bigger hand in bond markets. But again, double-edged sword. You could read that as, all right, bond markets are getting help. Let's worry about them less. Or you could read it as, government's getting involved. It's time to worry. I don't know. Like everything in the stock market, there's always an asterisk, okay? You know, there's always nothing is ever clear-cut. If it was clear-cut, we'd all be millionaires, all right? If every story has different interpretations, because if it didn't have different interpretations, it would be priced in immediately. It would already be priced in. So if this Treasury story was clear-cut, we knew one way or another whether it was good or bad, guess what? By the time we woke up this morning, it already would have been priced in, and there'd be no opportunity. So when you're dealing with the stock market, markets in general, nothing is ever quite clean-cut. And that's a good thing, because that's where traders and everybody else makes their money. If it was clean-cut, there'd be zero opportunity to beat the next guy at predicting what's going to happen. All right, so that's our take on this morning. Let's get down to more nuts and bolts here. Like I said, yesterday our trading in SPY was almost 769 was our floor all day. We kept hitting 769, 760. Yeah, and we dipped below it a little bit, but 768, 769 was really the level yesterday. 769 was sort of the level the day before that, too. Mind you, I was on vacation, so I'm looking at the chart here. So let me bring up the weekly chart for you guys. Here's our weekly chart. As you can see, this right here is 769, where the cursor is. So 769, both on Wednesday and on Tuesday, was the big level. We are now below that. All right. We've obviously broken below it. In fact, we made a little run up this morning, up to 768 in the first few minutes of the day. And now we are at 766.51. It's still not quite below where we opened the day, SPY. We opened the day at 766. I know this chart right here that I'm showing you is MES, which isn't as accurate as my SPY chart. The SPY chart, well, wait a second. I'm showing you my SPY chart here, and that's saying, oh, wait, no, that's QQQ. Oh, yeah, SPY, yeah, we opened at 766. SPY here today. All right, so that's our open right there, 766. So that's a big number, 769, 766 is our open. Right off the bat, those are big numbers. In SPY, we are at 766.5 right now. So I'm kind of going to say at this particular moment in time that anything between 766 and 769, we're not all that interested in right now, all right? We want to see one of those levels break, because that's going to be where our resistance levels tend to be. Let's see. 766. Yeah, 766 is where we opened. Yeah, let's call it 766, 769. That's our no man's land, okay? Our dead zone, where everything in between that area is noise as far as I'm concerned right now. I don't really want to trade anything in between those numbers. It just wouldn't mean anything to me until we break through one of those numbers. Now, even once we break through it, we have to decide how to handle it from there. But again, 766 to 769, no man's land. Let's stay away from it. That's going to be noise. And it's now 9:55 a.m., almost 10 a.m. We have been chopping around between 768 and 766.5. We are square in the middle of no man's land. Bad sign to start the day because it shows right off the bat that the market at the open does not have any directional conviction, right? We're right in the middle of, the crappy, noisy area, and we're just sort of putzing around in there. So we know right off the bat the market isn't coming out of the gate swinging, right? We don't have any strong bias right off the bell. So, bad sign in terms of looking for directional movement here. But it's early. We've got a whole day in front of us. Certainly not going to give up on it yet. But, yeah. Let's see if we break below 766 here. We're at 766.4. Now, if we do break below 766, since we seem to be approaching it, what would I want to do? 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 Thinking about it. Do I really want to get short if we break below 766? I mean, maybe I'd put like a one contract feeler out. It's possible. Yeah, it's possible. We break below 766 down here. The problem for me is I could see us breaking below 766. Going down to 765.5. Like a 50-cent move. Like a fake out 50-cent move before just bouncing back. In fact, I would sort of lean towards that being the more likely scenario than breaking below 766 being an actual signal that we might, move lower, say to 764, where you could make some money. 765, even, you could make a little money. I don't even know if we'd go all the way to 765 if we break below 766. Honestly, I'd be very wary of a fake move below 766. I mean, what you could do is, as soon as we break below 766, we're talking like 765.9, put a short in, put your losing exit, your stop 20 cents above that, very small risk. Hope we make a run. Even then, you're looking for 765. You're looking for 1 point. 764 if you're lucky. There's always the off chance this just turns into a slaughter day, complete panic selling. There's zero indication at this point that we're going to have one of those types of days. I mean, it's just been all center bound, low volatility nothingness right now. So, not the most favorable setup conditions here, I'd say, at the moment. But, like I said, let's not give up on it quite yet. Don't want to give up on it quite yet. Yeah, so I took a little break, guys. Like I said, I took my summer vacation, my singular small summer vacation, which I tend to take very briefly. You know, have to get back here. Have to get back to losing money. Can't be gone for too long. Be actually saving money for a little bit. I don't want that to happen. Uh, Markets certainly don't want that to happen. They want me back in it. Markets want me back in it. That's for sure. All right. Again, we're still in no man's land right here, so we're in no hurry. Okay. Settings, trading. Fuck. Okay. Getting close to 766. Like I said, I may do a feeler. Yeah, if I do short 766 here, it's only one contract, and like I said, I'm not trying to knock anything out of the park here. I'm really just seeing. Okay, so look, we had one of those big candles, one of those big fat candles. Looks like an immediate fake out to me. Um, I'm gonna be pretty quick to exit it. I'll give it a little room to breathe, but I don't like this candle right here. This candle is like your typical, hey, look, we just broke below an important resistance level. Get short. And now we're going to bounce. In fact, I'm tempted to get long, to tell you the truth. Let's see. Yeah, okay. This strikes me as a fake out. All right, I'm flipping along here. This is some fake out crap. Let me turn my macro on so you guys can see my losses and wins here. Start slow, start slow. I'm tempted to get a second contract here because this looks a lot like a fake out, but let's not speed up too quickly here. $66. Yeah, classic sort of fake out here. All right, as you can see, risking $22 to win 50. Good risk reward there. Yeah. So just to be clear, yeah, this dip below 766, look, 766 looked like a level. It's where we open the day, and then you get this sort of fast candle below it. That looks like it might be a stop hunt or a liquidity sweep. We went below it quickly. We bounced back quickly. Yeah, might have just been a sort of a fake out move to rope people into getting in short, which I did for a second. Then I flip long. Let's see if we're going to bounce off of this, assuming that this is just sort of like a stop hunt, liquidity sweep kind of trap before we bounce back up, which is sort of what we've been doing this morning, just floating in this range here. So let's hope we just float back up towards the top of this range after this little fake out move downward. That's the thesis. Pretty simple, pretty low risk. Would I say it's a high probability play? No, not exactly. I mean, it's coin flip, but I'm getting 2 to 1 on it. So coin flips with 2 to 1 odds are good. Looking good so far. I like the action here. I can probably creep my losing exit up just a little bit. Not too much. Let's not get crazy here. Now, if you've watched me do this at all, you know that I try not to move my winning exits at all. Winning exits are off limits. Losing exits, I can creep higher occasionally to reduce my risk. I'm not sure that's a good move or not, but I do it. It's just, look, if we were to jump all the way up to right here, right? Why keep my losing exit down here, right? If we're like 2 ticks away from my winning exit, I might as well move it up just in case we miss it by a little bit, you know? I might as well not give back $70. I can move it up a little bit, because if we go all the way up to here and then we sink all the way back down here, it means something went wrong, right? So if you make a lot of progress towards your winning exit, I don't think it's a bad idea to creep your losing exit higher. Turn it into what I call a free roll, right? Move your losing exit above where you entered the trade. That way, you know, there's no chance of you actually losing money on the trade. I like the way this one looks, sort of. I would have liked it if this bounce, I'd like a lot better if this bounce continues and we don't lose steam here. Obviously, if we start losing steam and we break below 766 again, that's going to be a bit more ominous in terms of whether 766 actually wants to be broken or not. We're at 766.1. Now, if you also remember, one of my more recent rules, which I think is a really good one, by the way, is trust your gut before you enter a trade. Do not trust your gut and your feelings once you're already in the trade, all right? Before you enter a trade and you don't have any money involved, you're thinking more clearly. That's just all it comes down to. Once there is money involved, I don't care if it's $11, which is basically what I'm risking right now. Once there is real money involved, whether it's 50 cents or it's $500, your thinking does begin to warp. That whole, you know, I want to capture my winnings. I want to chase my losses. That whole thing begins to click in. It's just human. So, you know, be very careful. Trust your gut when you don't have any money involved in the market. Once you have a play on, once you have money involved, be very, very wary of trusting your intuition and your gut, because usually that's kind of just your emotions now talking, all right? Your emotions have taken over sort of the play and your thinking. They're going to now tell you, you know, be careful, or this looks good, this looks bad, but it's being influenced by the money you now have on the table. So I think that's a good rule of thumb. It looks like this one might end up being a loser. We're breaking near. Yeah, this one's not looking so hot anymore. Looks like 766 might actually break. I'll give it one more tick lower. I'm not ready to give up on it yet. It hasn't hit my losing out yet. But if it does hit this losing out, I probably will flip short because now it will have broken 766 once, and this will be a second break below it. And that's a little bit more convincing for me. Okay, I am going to, yeah, all right. We're going to flip short here. This looks a bit more real now. Yeah, just one contract again. Now, if this one turns out to be a fake out, we're going to have to really slow down because it means we're sort of in fake out mode. As you know, you can see from the chart though that we're making lower highs, lower lows. All right. So there is a bit of a pattern here forming where there's downward momentum. SPY is down 0.5%. QQQ is down 0.5%. We've got some negative signals out here. We've just broken a level twice now. And it looks like it's gaining a little steam. Is 765 a level that matters to me? Looking at our weekly chart, no. 765 is not a level that really means much of anything to me. You can tell from our weekly chart, this is our weekly chart here, that, you know, this is back here is July 26th. So this is like 3 weeks ago, maybe. You can tell we haven't been this low in this 765 range in weeks. And even then, we blasted right through it. So all of this 760 area is really, you can tell all this 760 area, there was no liquidity here. We just sort of shot right through the 760s. So there's no real level in the 760 area, you know. This move looks a bit more real to me. It doesn't mean there isn't going to be a bounce. It looks like there is going to be a bounce, but this move looks a bit more real to me. Could be the algos. You know, you can never discount the algos playing it masterfully, you know, saying, hey, we're going to give you a double dip below a resistance level just to fool you, just to fuck with you. I did grab that second short contract because this move looks a bit more real. But I do have to decide where my exit is. I mean, is it 765? Or is it 764? There's just no levels in here. If you look at even at our 6-month chart, here, There's no levels in. Our level is basically 760 over here. All of the 760s we blew through in one day, basically. I remember it was my birthday. It was August, whatever it was. I don't want to give away my birthday. Anyway, we blew through all of the 760s in one day. So there's no levels here in the 760 range. All right, now we're bouncing. Not exactly what I wanted to see. Obviously. Are they just that good? Did they just catch me that fucking perfectly on this? I mean, I'm like having a hard time believing that they really caught me that perfectly on this move. They are fucking good though. They're good at what they do. Disclaimer again, I am not a profitable trader. Please don't follow my trades unless you want to lose. I'm just a regular dude trying to make a living day trading, and I have never claimed to be one of the gurus who is making millions of dollars. I'm not. I'm just a guy seeing if it's possible. I do happen to have 12 years of experience doing this, which is rather discouraging, but hey, doing my best here. Boy, are you fucking serious? This is really where we're gonna bounce after that fucking move? We're gonna bounce all the way back up. Is that what's gonna happen here? Boy, did they rope me in here. Wow. Wow. Bravo. Yeah, they did. What a fucking move. Okay, that's great. They broke below level, and here comes the bounce. Okay. I don't believe it. I don't. Let's see it break above 767. All right. Back to 766. May have wanted to exit there. Do I want to exit there? I still could exit there. I might want to reduce my size at least a little. Okay, let's go down to one contract here. Just because. $766 is a level. Let's watch us break it before. Let's watch us break it before we get too crazy here. All right. I don't know what to make of this right now because I can tell you we had a dip below 766. I'll probably get a little bit more if we dip below it again, but I don't like this bounce all the way back to 767. I mean, is this just choppy bullshit? Is that what we're looking at? Just choppy garbage? I can move my out a little lower here. I mean, 766 is definitely presenting the floor here now. If we break below 766, I mean, I really want 764. That's the goal. Although I might just take 765. We didn't even get near that, though, last time. Only one. I'm only short one here. So I've set up a sell stop. If we break below 766, I'll grab one more short contract. I've set the buy at 764. Now, this is the problem with the mornings. The mornings, I don't have a good feel for what the day is bringing, you know? Are we just pegging to 766 right now? Is that what the day is going to be, you know? We're just going to hang out at 766 all day? Or are we actually going to start drifting lower? This bounce right here is a bad sign in terms of drifting lower. This bounce makes me lean towards maybe we're just going to peg at 766 and that'll be the day. Up until then, though, I was leaning towards drifting lower because we had this nice sort of downtrend. Maybe this bounce is just a little nothing, just to punish people like me who tried to get short a little early instead of waiting for, I don't know, waiting for a better opportunity to get short. it always starts the same. I always have to start off down. You know, I remember I played poker professionally for many years. It was always sort of the same thing. I always started down, feeling out the table, probing bets until I got a good feel of who was at the table, the dynamics of the table, and more importantly, I finally caught a fucking hand, you know? No more probing bets. Well, actually probing bets, but then one of those probing bets actually hit, you know? So, you know, it's kind of like that, I guess. You probe, and then you lose money on the probes, until one of them hits. You just got to make sure you get paid off once the probe hits. All right. That one didn't work. All right. We are right back in the 766 to 768, 69 range. Looking very, very choppy. I'll tell you, I don't like this. This right here, very, very indicative of a choppy fake out day. All right. They're gonna break you below levels that you think are important before they bounce back in your face. That's what it looks like. In fact, I wouldn't be surprised if we move down to 765 here and then bam, bounce back from there. And back to 766 again. All right, we grabbed that. We grabbed one at 766. It's going to be a fake out. Is it going to be a fake out? It's going to be a fake out, isn't it? And it had to touch my out on the nose. Right? Okay. Going to be a fake out that touched my out on the nose. My entry on the nose. Seriously? Come on. On the fucking tick. Yeah, on the tick. Okay, great. You motherfucker. Seriously. Okay. We are doing this game. All right, you algo motherfuckers. All right, that looks like it might be an algo fake out area. Now we go back down. We break above this level, it ropes people in long, then we go back down. Then what's the next fake out level? Okay, we go down 760. We're not going to go all the way to 766. That'd be too obvious this time. What would rope people into getting short again? If I'm looking to get short again, I'm looking to get short right about here. Yeah. Yeah, right there. If we break below that, I'm going to think, hey, I can get short here. Fucking algo bastards. This is the way you have to play it on days like today, where clearly, if you look at this chart, this is all game theory bullshit. There's no bias here. There's no buying or selling. There's no nothing. There might be a slight bearish tint, maybe, but even that I doubt. What you're just going to see is algos trying to hit people's pain points, fake them out, and then smash back in their face. Now, this one, it's going to want to go a little bit lower, I would think, to get people back into the short game. I thought it would go a little bit lower to get people into the short game. Or not. Or not. Okay, my out was shitty there, apparently. Thought I had a pretty good out down there. Not good enough. They're really just flushing out all of the shorts here that wanted to play. So if we flush them all out, if I'm a short, where am I holding on until? I want to wait until we break above what to get back in. I want to wait until we break above. Above that. I mean, that's the ticket, right? Above here. I may want to break above 768, honestly, if I'm really being honest with myself here. I break above 768. I really rope people in with that move, don't I? Everything I do going to be wrong today. Yep. Just gonna be one of those days. Okay. I really thought we were gonna break a little bit above the daily high here. Sort of rope people into getting long now. That was my thinking. And it's going to be dead wrong, isn't it? Yeah, it's going to be dead wrong. Okay. I don't know why I try and play these, try to outplay the algos at their own game. Not sure it's ever a good idea. Trying to anticipate the pain points and catching the algos when they flip directions. Just not sure that that is a winning strategy, a winning game. In fact, it's almost certainly not. Eh, just cut it out. Why try to beat the algos at what they do? They catch people's psychological points. I thought they were going to push us a little higher here, a little higher. Get people roped in. In fact, 768 was really where I thought they were going to try and bring us. Well, if they're going to do it, they're going to do it now. I don't think they're going to have another dip before they do it, if they're going to do it. I should just have one contract here, not two. Why do I need to have two here? I don't need to have two contracts here. Yeah, that's the bad candle. That's a bad candle. All right. This doesn't look very promising anymore. This does not look very promising anymore. All right, we've got our center right around 766.5, which is right where we're at right now. Had to waste $200 to figure that out. Now, where we want to go from here, it's 11 a.m. We're right at the middle of everything. We get a nice dip down below 766 again. I'll get long. Yeah. I like that plan. I do like that plan. I do like that plan. I do like that plan. Yeah, let us go to 766 again. Try to rope some people in. In fact, I'm not adverse to even thinking that that's exactly what's going to happen. That's a stupid play. I shouldn't do that. Why do that? That's a reach play. That's a stupid play. I just put one contract on, thinking we're going to go down to 766 to rope people in. Eh, that's a pointless play. Stupid play is what it is. It's way too four-dimensional chess here. Yeah, and I'm going to pay for it. And I'm paying for it. We're trying to play 4D chess here. Boy, that was a stupid fucking play. All right. Yeah, all right. 4D chess. Stupid play. What the fuck am I thinking? Fucking moron. Jesus Christ. There's your fake out play. There's your fake out play. All right. Calling algo bullshit on that one. Calling algo bullshit on that one. That's the play you wait for. That's the play you wait for and then take it. This algo bullshit. I said earlier, it's going to want to jump up to 768, maybe break above 768. And that's what it did. Now what? Finally, a real hand. All I have to do is just wait for real hands like that. Fake algo bullshit. Just wait until it does something fucking weird. Don't try and rush it. Try and predict. Let it go. Let it go. Let it go. Not only that, but I got like slightly long right before that jump happened. Or else I'd be even much better shape here. All right, we're right back to the center of gravity here now. What we're looking for now, it doesn't look like we're climbing, or it doesn't look like we're declining, either one. A little bearishness out there, maybe. Just doesn't look like there's any bias here. What you're just gonna see is algos trying to catch people off sides, which is what this move was. Boom, snap higher, get the liquidity out, drop us back lower, and looks like we're gonna do it again. Okay, I'll take that. This one for a little less though. This one's more of a single here. Okay. A little below 766, or do you want to just stop right there? You're going to just stop right there. Get my shit together quick here. Little algo fake out again. Heading back towards the center as usual. Thank you. All right. All right. We got a pretty good beat on what's going on here. Just a bunch of algo fake out bullshit. It's going to keep popping, trying to rope people in. Show them, hey, look, we're moving one way, and then just popping back the other way in their face. Typical. Typical. I should just play this way every day from the beginning. I don't know why I try and find, like, every morning I try and find a bias. You know, oh, today's the day the market's going to rip one way or another. Yeah, like once or twice a month, it actually does that. The entire rest of the time, it is boring as hell bullshit. And mostly just algo fake out crap, which is what we're seeing today. So what you want to do is not try to find a bias, not look for, hey, look, we're going to break out in one direction or another. Nope. Because, look, this move right here, that's when they get you. Hey, look, we're breaking out. Right in your face. Hey, look, we're going down quite a bit. Right in your face. That's what they do. That is game theory, okay? That is how, I used to say trading like it's 2026, not 1996, because that's the difference today. In 1996, you may have been able to ride breakouts. People may have followed them. Human traders might have followed them. Markets today are all driven by machines running complex game theory, all right? And yes, it's very complex. There's a ton of math and algorithms and whatever, differential equations behind it. But the basics of it are this. They move the market up to create bullishness and then punish those bulls that enter by pulling it downward. And then they move the market lower to create the expectation of bearishness. And then they pop the market higher to punish the bears that get in. That's the gist of it. Now, yes, there's a ton of math behind it. The algos are competing against one another. So it makes predicting which levels those things are going to happen at extremely difficult. But the long and short of it is the whales, the institutions, the algos, whales, institution, algos, WIA, IWA, WIA, WIA, AIW. I'm trying to think of a good way to the WIAs. There is no other. There's no. The EWAs? EWAs? WIAs? Anyway, the whales, the institutions, the algos, the WIAs. I gotta think of a better name than that. They are playing a different game than us, all right? They are not playing a demand-driven game. They don't care about demand. They don't care which stocks are hot. They don't care which stocks are not. They don't care what the market is doing. Sometimes they do, very rarely, and you'll know on the days when they do because you'll get huge movement in one direction. Very, very rare. What they care about is controlling supply and controlling expectations. What they want to do is set you up. Set me up, set you up, set other traders up, set other institutions up, set other algorithms up. Set up their expectations so that they buy and sell at the wrong moment and then they can push back against them the other way, all right? That's the game theory of it. And I hate to say it, but if you're playing a game where you're trying to predict, oh, look, Bitcoin went up $5,000 yesterday. I'm going to get long Bitcoin because it looks hot right now. I mean, I don't know what to tell you guys. Do I want to shit on that? No, I don't, because, look, I've been doing this for 12 years. I played that strategy myself for like 11 years of it. So I cannot knock that strategy. It's intuitive and it makes sense, right? And if there's a good earnings report, you want to buy a stock, right? Again, intuitive, makes sense. And I did it myself a long time. But the truth is, that's not the way markets work. It's just not. Markets are counterintuitive, and they're not driven by demand function, all right? They're not driven by what's hot, what's not, what looks good, what doesn't look good. They are driven by the WIAs, the whales, the institutions, and the algorithms controlling the supply of the stock, pulling in the supply so that there's nothing available to buy so that prices go up, or flooding the market with supply so that prices go down no matter how many buyers there are, and controlling the expectations of other traders that way so that they can hammer them by flipping in a different direction. That's the game theory. That's the way the market works. Day to day. Day to day, you know. If you're talking about 6 months out, a year out, 2 years out, yes, fundamentals are everything. All right. Earnings report means a lot. If Nvidia looks like it's releasing a new product and it's going to be a killer, yes, buy it. If you're going to be buying and holding. But that's not what, I think if you're watching this, that's not what you're doing. I think most traders who watch CNBC, that's not what they're doing. Most of us are trading, day trading or swing trading, options, futures, and we have very short time horizons, very short holding periods. Fundamentals do not matter in short holding periods. What matters is what the whales, the institutions, and the algorithms are doing with the supply, how they are controlling it, what their game theory strategy is to beat other traders. So that's that. You can believe it or not. I know. I've told my friends. I tell people, they don't want to listen to it. They don't want to believe it because every social media creator out there, CNBC, Bloomberg, they all tell you the same bullshit. This stock's hot. This stock's not. Here's the sector you want to be in. The market's going to go up. The market's going to go down. All they talk about is demand. Demand, demand, demand. What people want to buy, what people want to sell. No one talks about what actually controls the market day to day. And that is the institutions who have control over all of the supply of the stock. I don't know. Like I said, you can believe me, you cannot believe me. I'm telling you, that's the way it works. That is the way it works. The market is supply driven, not demand driven, not what's hot, not what's not. It is how do the institutions want to control your expectations and your behavior so that they can take advantage of it. Guaranteed. That's the way it works. Believe it or not. Can't say any more about it. People have a very hard time accepting it. But you know what? All the better. Because the few of us who do accept it, guess what? We're way ahead of the curve. I mean, my results may not show it because you want to know something? I'm still caught. I am still caught. Even though I know it, I'm still caught in that way of thinking. Like each morning I try and say, is there a bias? Does everybody want to buy today? Does everybody want to sell today? I try and catch breakouts. I do the same broken strategies that don't work for anyone, that everybody tells you to do, that all social media creators tell you to do, that everybody on TV tells you to do. Same broken strategies. I still get caught in the group think of it. Oh, today might be the day where everybody's buying. Maybe semis look good. Oh, Bitcoin was up. That must mean markets are bullish today. It's all bullshit. None of it. It's all bullshit. That's not the way the game works. It's like, what is it like? It's like stepping onto a basketball court and not knowing the rules, not realizing that you have to dribble, right? Or shooting it at the wrong basket, But everybody tells you, no, you don't have to dribble. You don't have to dribble. And you should be shooting at this basket. The truth is, you do need to dribble and you do need to shoot at this basket. In other words, you need to know the rules of the game and you need to play them correctly, even though everybody's telling you that the rules are this other game that really does not exist. It doesn't exist. What's hot, what's not, it exists over 6 months, a year, yes. It does not exist over hour to hour, day to day. Day traders, swing traders, fundamentals, unimportant. What matters is supply, supply, supply. What are the whales? What are the institutions? What are the algorithms doing with their stock supplies? Are they withholding them or are they flooding the market? I could scream it from the rooftops. It doesn't matter. Very few people are going to listen. Like I said, even myself, I have a hard time remembering it. You get sucked into that group think so easily. But at least I'm trying to break free of it and maybe trying to help some other people break free of it. And you know what? The proof is in the pudding, because guess what? If buying the hot stocks and the sectors and the picks, if it worked, we'd all be making money. And nobody makes money except for Wall Street. Except for Wall Street. That's it. Nobody else makes money. Why? Because they're playing a different game than you. They're playing a different game than you. So, you got to make a choice. You want to be a sheep and keep listening to the people on CNBC and the jerk-offs on social media telling you, hey, let me explain to you why Bitcoin's up $5,000 and how to invest in it. You want to keep listening to those assholes and their strategies that have literally proven 1 million times over, 1 billion times over that they do not work. Because everybody loses. They do not work. Or you can start thinking differently. Start thinking about the market in terms of what are the algos doing with the supply? How are they trying to mold investor expectations? How do I take advantage of that? How do I take advantage of other investors that the algos are fucking with? How do I get on the algo side and fuck with them too? Instead of being one of the sheep who gets fucked with. That's what I have to say about that, guys. You can pick which side you're on. Like I said, it's not easy. Even I get caught in it. Like I said, I'm aware of it. And I think about it a lot. And I still get caught in it all the time. Every morning. This morning. Same shit as every other morning. Oh, man, the market's going up. I really think today might be the day where we really bust out higher. Oh, it's going down. I really think today might be the day where we bust out lower. And every day I begin the day down $100 or $200. And then every afternoon, usually I'm not streaming by then, but then every afternoon, by the end of the day, I'm usually back to even, because at that point it has clicked in. You know what? Stop playing their stupid game. Stop playing their, let me guess whether it's going to go up or down. Let me start playing what the algos are doing. Let me start guessing what they're trying to do. Like when they bounce this market up like this, what are they trying to do? They're trying to rope bulls in, all right? So when that happens, I shorted it and I made money. Then they drop it all the way down here. Hey, look, they're trying to rope bears in now. All right, let me get long. I made a little money, right? Down here, when the day first started, right here, I did my usual stupid stuff. Hey, look, we broke a level. We broke below an important level. We must be going lower. And I shorted it. And then, bam, the algos do what they do. Hey, look, the idiots are shorting it. Eat that. There you go. Fuck you guys. Now we just made a bunch of money off you because you really thought it was that simple. That's what they do. It is. It's true. Oh, look. They're getting short because we broke a level, just like we expected. All right, now let's bounce it in their face. I fell for it. I did. It's on video. Because I stream it live. I don't hide it. You know, unlike all of the gurus out there with their verified millions who are making billions of dollars with their hot picks, and they know exactly what's going to happen in the market, and they can tell you 3 months from now exactly which stocks are going to be 25 billion% higher. It's all such bullshit. God, it's almost nauseating. Anyway, point is, I fell for it here. So don't feel bad when you fall for it. I still fall for it all the time. But we have to train ourselves to start thinking differently. I hope I've made it clear enough. I don't know if I have. I don't know if anybody will believe me. Like I said, it doesn't matter. Less people that believe me, honestly, the better for the rest of us that do actually see what's occurring here. And eventually everyone will catch on. It might take 10, 5 years. I don't know. I'll tell you, AI is going to explain it to people sooner or later. AI will figure it out and actually explain it to people. Then a lot of people will catch on. But in the meantime, I have to snap out of trying to. Mind you, again, there are rare days, once or twice a month, sometimes more often if there's like a big catalyst, like a war or some sort of huge thing occurring, where the market does actually move very quickly in one direction, strongly. That is when the market is actually repricing itself, right? And those days are, like I said, they're very rare, but they're due to the whales and the institutions and the algorithms actually needing to reprice their models. You know, something big has happened, they need to reprice. But, yeah, those days are rare. Most days are like today. This is 9 out of 10 days. Algorithm, let me trap you. We're going to peg it. And right now the peg seems to be 666.5, 667. We're going to peg it right to that. We're going to try and catch you when we move a little bit off balance, a little bit off center. Give you a little rope to hang yourself. I'm going to write that down. I need to stop playing each morning as if there's a bias. No more trying to fucking hunt biases, bull bear biases, until the market proves that there fucking is one. Okay, now look, we're at 766. I bet we break a little bit below it and then we bounce. Was that enough to bounce? I thought maybe a little bit below that. I'll take one contract. But I would think we're going to bounce a little bit lower than that. It doesn't seem quite low enough to rope people in yet. Shit, yeah, we did dip a little bit below that. Could have tried to catch that. Could have put a little fucking stink bit in there. buy limit order down here. Come on, grab my limit order down there. That's low enough, right? Yeah, that looks like it's low enough to fake people out. I'll put one more in here. A little stinker down here, just in case we really want to fuck with people. So I put like this really like lowball buy order in there, in case we really want to like drop us down in there. What I'm trying to do is catch the algos, throwing out shit, you know, asks, selling into people when they don't mean it, when they're just trying to control expectations. And then they'll pop us back right about, I don't know exactly where they're going to pop us back to. That's where the algos have a distinct advantage. Their math, you know, who the fuck knows how far they're going to pop us back. I got to just sort of like guess. Where's our center right now? If I look at our center, SPY chart, our center of gravity is kind of a wide center of gravity between 666 and 667. Wide center of gravity. Oh, they're about to hit my stink bid. No, grab it. Grab it. Grab it. Go ahead. Grab it. You can grab it if you want. If you want to grab it, go ahead. This one's going to take some balls, by the way. I got a feeling this one's going to take some balls. I got a feeling this one's going to take some balls. back up yet. I really wanted them to grab my... Don't go back up yet. All right, a little sloppy on the execution here. I got in a little too quickly. I got to scale into these things. I mean, if I want to get good prices and I want to get in at bottoms, you know, I just can't load up too fast. Shit. I'm getting sloppy with my execution here. What the fuck? All right, grabbed another one. Now I'd like to see a little volume push us down. 40 is right here. 82, 88, 88. getting a little sloppy with my entries and exits here. I don't know why I'm doing this. Trying to get slick about this. It's going to cost me, is what it's going to do. Shit. All right. Feeling rather uncertain here. I mean, I feel like we're going to bounce. It's just where? Are we already in the bounce? Doesn't feel like we're already in the bounce, but but there's no way to really know. No way to really know. All right, I've committed to the bounce here. Do I like this play, or have I overcommitted to this bounce? Shit. Don't trust your gut once you're in the play. Don't trust your gut once you're in the play. I liked it. I liked it. I liked it. Now I'm second guessing it because I'm in it. Stressed all. Be right back. All right, I have to say this play is starting to look a little grim. I don't like plays where I'm sitting around in them for a long time. Shit. Okay, I could have just fucking. Okay, wait. Just sell one. Okay, I could sell one just for a little. Just lighten up a little bit because I'm starting to have some doubts about this one. We're in the lunchtime hour. 12 o'clock. We may be entering channel mode. Channel mode in between 766 and 765. Yeah, so I lightened up a little bit there. I really thought we'd get back up to here. But yeah, I'm starting to have my doubts. I can't tell if I want to buy or sell. Should have sold. Should have sold. Should have sold. Should have sold. No, don't trust your fucking gut. Don't trust your gut once. Stick with the fucking play. Stick with the play. Stick with the play. We're entering that lunchtime channel mode. Shit. This goes against another rule. You know, plays are supposed to play out in a certain amount of time. I think I've given this one too much time. Given this one too much time. Given this one too much time. I've given this one too much time. I've given this one too much time. Oh, there it goes. Yeah, this one may just have been. There's a certain amount of time. I mean, we bounced, we kept testing it, and we just didn't break through 766. So I thought we would come back to here, but it looks like it might just not happen yet. And I may have to just sort of accept that this one is range bound for now. And yeah, I think I do. I have to be logical here. No wishful thinking, just logic here. We entering the lunchtime channel. I have a certain rule. It's called don't play channels. And here I am trying to play a channel. God damn it. Can I just follow my rules for one day? It's because I want action. It's because I want action. That's all it comes down to. That's the mistake. Always the same mistake. Why not just play the channel? Look at this nice, clean channel. You can buy it at the bottom, sell it at the top. And I guarantee you it's going to just dip right below and grab my out, because that's what they do. All right, this thing definitely looks like it wants to break lower. Probably a fake out break lower though, but looks like it wants to break lower. Middle of lunchtime, 12:17. There's been no indication that there's any bias today. Zero. We've been range bound all day. Range bound all day. range bound all day, hitting this weird floor here at 765.5. I think we're going to break through for a liquidity sweep, though. Problem is, if we break through for a liquidity sweep, is it a liquidity sweep or is it the real deal? There's no proof that it would be any sort of real deal. It would just be a sweep. It would be a fucking sweep. It would be a sweep. My risk reward on this trade is terrible, though. Ugh. I don't like this position I'm in now. I do not like this position I'm in. Simple rule. Don't play channel plays. Don't play channel plays. There's no... It's 50 fucking cents. 50 cents, and you put yourself in these weird spots where you have to expend mental energy on shit plays that are worth 50 cents. Let's get our AI friend on, see if she can help us out a little bit here. Hey Frismo, how we doing? We're streaming right now. I'm in some terrible play. I don't know. I'm playing a channel play. I don't know why. I tell myself I'm never going to make channel plays. That's where I buy at the bottom of the channel and sell at the top of the channel. And just in one. It is lunch hour, so it's a good time to be in channel plays, but yeah, I don't know what I'm doing in it.
Hey, Schiff, gotcha. Sounds like you're feeling unsure about being in that channel right now. What's the part that's nagging at you? Is it the setup, the timing, or just the rule break?
The rule break definitely hurts. Hold on, wait. It did go up. It looks like, oh, it just won. Okay, so now I feel significantly better about it.
No.
Yes, isn't that great, right?
That's a quick mood flip. Winning feels like a relief.
Yes, winning does fix everything, right? Even though I broke the rules and felt terrible about the play the whole time, now it was a stroke of genius. Actually, I knew that one was gonna go. I did.
Right, the classic. I meant to do that trade. Feels good now, though. Enjoy that breath.
Yeah. Well, look, channel plays. First of all, they're always worth like 50 cents at most. Basically, I'm like tempted to flip the other way right now because now we're at the top of the channel. I could short it. I'm not going to do it, right? Frismo, tell me, don't do it, right? That would be a rule break. They're not worth it. They're 50-cent plays. They're really not. And plus, the algos are very good at pushing the limits of the channel just enough to sort of force you out or, trick you into it when you think it's out of body. You know what I mean? They push the limits of the channel just enough so that it makes it difficult to actually catch it.
Yeah, channels are like that. They'll make you feel clever and then smack ya. Sounds like you already know the move here, huh?
Yeah, I do. I just, I want something to do, I guess. It's lunchtime. I should just sit on it. It's 12:25. I know. You would think, though, right? 12 o'clock to 1 o'clock, almost without fail. Like everything in the market, there are exceptions, but 12 o'clock to 1 o'clock, we channel. We channel. That is what happens. Now, 1 o'clock usually decides whether we're going to break out of that channel and maybe head in a direction, or whether we're just going to continue the entire afternoon in some range bound muck. Usually by 2 o'clock, you have a good idea of which it's going to be. 1 o'clock is when the indicators begin. 2 o'clock, you have a good idea of whether the market is pegged to a certain liquidity node, or whether we are actually have some directional momentum. And then there are rare times where you get like real directional momentum. Very rare, once every couple weeks. So, sitting out during lunch is usually just a good idea. Although I could have shorted the top of this channel and it's starting to go down. No, don't do it. I don't even know if this is a hard rule or not. Is it a hard rule? I mean, there are hard rules. Number one hard rule, for instance, don't trade on my phone. That's number one hard rule. That's a hard rule. Sure, there are others. I've got a bunch written down. Don't channel trade. I'm not so sure I would call that a hard rule. Maybe a semi, yeah. What's a good word for hard, but not quite hard? What do you think, Frismo?
A strong guideline.
Yeah, strong.
One sec.
That's good. Yeah.
I like separating rules into tiers. Hard rules are deal breakers. Strong rules are your default unless you have a specific reason. So, given your style, no lunch channel trades sounds like a strong rule, not because it's impossible, but because it pulls you away from the game you're actually trying to play. Is that fair?
It is. That is what I said, honestly, directly before I tuned you in here. Boy, is that first off, number one, they can be tricky. Number two, there's not a lot of meat on the bone. There's not a huge reward here.
Right.
But number three, they expend a lot of mental energy on trades that are low reward. You're really, they're stressful. They're stressful. They're needlessly stressful, considering the reward is really not there. The probability of winning is actually pretty good compared to most trades, but again, they're like every other trade. They're tricky, and so you know what I mean. I don't want to spend the mental energy of it, because this one worked out, right? Great. If it didn't work out, I'd probably be in a much worse mental space right now, and that's not good, because now that affects my next trade, and it's just easy for these things to snowball into problems.
Yeah,
So.
exactly. A win on a roll break can be kind of sneaky, makes the next one tempting. Keeping that strong rule intact protects your mental capital.
Well, is it a rule or a guideline, Frismo? What are we going with here, huh?
I'd call it a rule, not a hard rule. The kind you break only if you can name a clear, solid reason. And honestly, your own reasoning about mental capital sounds like the strongest case you got.
Yeah, true. All right. This one basically, yeah, it just hit the bottom. All right. If I had shorted it at the top, this would have been another successful channel trade. Let it go. Let it go. It's okay. Yeah. I do have,
That right there,
yeah, go on.
that right there, that's discipline. Not chasing the woulda, coulda, shoulda is a win for future you. I'm with that choice, but what were you going to say?
I have a few toys here these days. I have a stress doll, number one. It looks like sort of like a kick the buddy doll. I squeeze him. It's not for entertainment though. I mean, maybe slightly, but it's a physical indication that something is off with my mental state. You know, rather than trying to figure out where I'm at mentally with you know, taking my own mental inventory, which can be tricky, you know.
Right.
Having a stress doll, squeezing it or throwing it against the wall is an indication that maybe I'm not feeling great. You know what I mean?
Yeah, that's smart. Honestly, it's like an external gauge. Instead of debating with yourself, your body gives you a flag. If the doll's flying across the room, that's data.
Yeah, exactly. If I throw the doll across the room, that means it's time to step away from the computer. Now, I have not done that yet, but I have sort of put that also in my rule book. If I throw the doll, that means it's break time. So, yes, keep note of that one. That's a rule.
Got it.
Hard rule.
I'll treat that as... Got it. I'll treat that as hard rule then. Clear, objective, no wiggle. And honestly, great safeguard for your mental capital.
Good. Thank you. And now I also have two weird buttons that I push. I have a timeout button. It's a button that when I push it, it says timeout. And I have a button that when I push it, it says I don't care. These are buttons that I push. Like, I'll show you. It's silly, but again, it's a physical reminder that something is occurring and that I need to be aware of it. Like, see what I mean? It's not a soundboard. It's just a reminder that it's time to take a time out, you know? And then there's
Yeah.
So that one that one's to sort of tell me when I have like a losing trade that really, you know, wasn't, you know, it was just a loser. Sometimes losers happen, you know, gotta let it go. I don't care. You know, this was just a normal losing trade. Yep. So these are my little physical reminders at this point of certain mental states I have to be aware of.
Those are like little circuit breakers. The sounds make the state change real and external instead of just looping in your head.
Yeah.
Timeout means pause. Don't care means release. Kind of elegant.
Yeah, I think it's pretty good. Now I also have a partner, so, well, at least I do for now. I mean, this is your first day. If I have a red day today, you realize you will never return.
Noted.
I'm kidding.
All right.
No, but yeah, no, this is you're way better than these buttons and the stress ball. So yes, I could definitely use your help with reminding me when I'm off course. By the way, this channel just hit the bottom. Now it's back up at the top. I would have caught it again if I had been doing this is like the cleanest channel I've ever seen. It just keeps going from the very top to the bottom, back to the very top, to the bottom. I mean, I would have made 50 cents twice over now. Okay, whatever. Now we're heading back the other way. I'm not going to do it. Not, I know the instant that I decide that I am going to participate in it is when it ends. That's superstition, of course, but yeah, no. I'm really tempted to at this point. I mean, because now we had the one that did work for me. Now we've had 2 in a row that would have worked. If I short it right here, boy, it looks like it's going to go straight to that bottom. Don't. The correct answer, Frismo, is do not do it. Don't. I think I put in your instructions, right? Don't. You are allowed to contradict me or play devil's advocate or whatever, something like that. Yeah. Don't encourage my bad habits, please.
Right. Let me shift. Don't take it. I'm not here to predict ticks. I'm here to help you be the trader you said you want to be. Chasing because it would have worked isn't a setup, it's a story. The strong roll holds. Save that energy for when the real play shows up.
That's right. I had forgotten all about that. That's what you have to remind me of, because I had forgotten. I had started thinking along the lines of, well, profit and loss, but I had forgotten that taking that trade, win or lose, would have expended mental capital, especially on a loss. And that is the real loser there. First of all, it is a negative EV play. I know this from experience. There's not much to be gained from it. But more important than either of those is the fact that it will expend brain power, and I don't know if brain power is the right word. Bandwidth is the right word, but it's not quite specific enough for our purposes, because it's more emotional. I mean, we could say emotional bandwidth, but again, that doesn't sound, like sexy enough, cool enough. It's not specific enough, emotional bandwidth. It's like, although it is accurate, but that is, I can't expend that emotional bandwidth, energy, whatever. We need to come up with a better term for it. But yes, remind me, that is the reason I'm not doing these channel trades. I don't want to spend the energy on it because that could turn into a snowball.
Exactly. That's the why behind the rule. Not profit, not FOMO. It's protecting your mind. We can call it whatever feels right, but the principle stays the same. Preserve your edge by not spending that capital on low value fights.
Exactly. That, please remember that. I know we have this one written down somewhere too. Frismo and I have created, I don't know, at least 50, maybe 100 different trading files. And we are going to organize them together one day, Frismo. But that rule is in there quite a number of times in a number of those documents. Not expending mental energy on trades that are not worth it, even if they might be very slightly positive EV, which they almost certainly aren't, because after you take into account the mental energy and the possibility of a snowball, they are negative EV, even if on the surface they are a minor win. You know what I mean?
Let me check. I remember that theme. You tightened it today too. It's not just mental energy, it's decision quality on later trades. That's the scarce thing. Decision capital? I'll keep reminding you in streams. Don't spend that capital on low value trades.
Yeah, decision capital. That's pretty good. Maybe we'll stick with that one. Decision capital. I made a whole video a long form video about decision capital. And yeah. I think it got like 30 views. It was a real banger, Sure, it helped a lot of people, but I don't know. Do my best here. Anyway, so the market right now, we are at 1240. We've sort of broken out of the channel, so that short at the top of that channel would not have worked. There you go. The top of the channel was 766. We are now at 766.5, which I believe is the liquidity node for the day. Let's go to our SPY chart. Now, mind you, the chart I keep open most of the time is MES because that is what I'm trading. But I do tell people which levels are what as I'm, as they relate. So opening the SPY chart. The SPY chart also has all my indicators on them: the VWAP, the volume profile, the RSI, all that stuff that I half use. Anyway, VWAP is directly at 766.5. The volume profile seems to be centered there. Also, although there is a large volume bar at 765.5, which has been a floor. 765.5 is a clear floor today. We have not dropped below it. We had one quick dip below it, which was a fake out. Other than that, we've bounced off of 765.5 a number of times. 766.5 is directly where VWAP's at. It's where most of the action of the day is. Like I said, the volume profile is centered there. And yeah, so we're looking at 766.5 really as the center of gravity for today. Would not surprise me if that becomes our afternoon peg at all. The morning action has been it couldn't be any more centered on 766.5. We have a top at let's see, we have a top at 767.5, and then we have our floor at 765.5. I mean, it's perfect, right? This is a very typical sort of, I have a general, not a rule, but axiom of when you have a center of gravity, the market tends to fluctuate 1 point above or 1 point below that center of gravity. Again, always exceptions. It is a stock market, but as a general rule, you will often see when there is a center of gravity, the top being 1 point above it and the bottom being 1 point below it. And we're seeing sort of a perfect display of that today, with 766.5 being our center, 767.5 being our top, and 765.5 being our bottom. It's perfect. Perfect little setup. And we've just fluctuated all in between there all day. So that's what we're looking at. A very, very centered, very pegged day.
Given what you've said, you're doing the right thing by naming the structure, not predicting. Right now, your frame is prices orbiting 766.5 with tight bounds, and you're noticing what breaks first. That's a far calmer mindset than trying to guess the next tick.
Yeah.
And notice how fast that perfect channel story turned into a break above. That's not a gotcha. That's just the market reminding you why you made the rule in the first place. Protect that decision capital.
True. Protect the decision capital. We want to protect it here too. Now, I am down $150 for the day. This is not unusual though. I've told you about this before. This is a pattern that plays out over and over again. I go down to start the day as I try and figure out what the hell is going on. You know, honestly, I try and play breakouts. I search for bias. And again, that's wishful thinking, honestly. I look in the
Right.
beginning of the day, I'm always sort of hoping that we're going to have one of those big days where there's just strong momentum, directional movement the whole day. And they happen, once a month, if that. And half the time when they happen, I don't even make that much money on them. But anyway, that's what I'm always hoping for in the morning. And I fish for it. And I fished for it today. And, there were a couple of false breakouts. I got caught by them. I've made a little comeback here as I've gotten a better grip on things. Now it is approaching 1 o'clock, and as I say, 1 o'clock is usually when I finally have a read on the day. Things slow down because I'm not trying to guess anymore. I'm not trying to catch things that aren't there or that might be there. I finally have a read on it. And now we have a read on it. We've got a center, we've got our outer boundaries, and it's pretty clear to me right now what the plays are. The plays are pretty simple. If we go up to 767.5, we short it. If we go down to 765.5, we get long, and we hope for a retrace back to the center of gravity. I mean, this is the play when there is a peg, and the market is clearly pegging today. Will it always work? No, but that is the play. So there's really not much else to do except wait until we extend far enough to make it worth it to get in there with a good risk reward.
Yeah. And you've got this playbook articulated so well. Wait for the extension. Don't force it. Don't spend that decision capital early. Sounds simple, but that's the work. Let it prove itself. And if it doesn't, no play. Capital intact.
Yeah. What's left of it. But yeah. Yeah. I mean, yeah, that's where we're at. But we are sitting at 766.5 exactly right now. Now, usually, like I said, it's not even 1 o'clock yet. So, yeah, so we've got time. And another point is that the later in the day that you get this variance away from the center, the better, because the less time the market has to pull back towards it. Like in the morning, if your center is 766.5, you could vary 2 points from it and easily come back to it during the course of the day. Now, if that were to happen at 2:30 p.m., you're running out of time to come back towards it. You know what I mean? So the later in the day you get, the more reliable it is that if you get a far extension from it, that it's going to not continue to extend away from it. You know what I mean? Maybe you can put that more clearly than I can.
Let me take that in for a second. Yeah, I think you mean something like as the session ages, the meaning of distance changes. Early in the day, a 2-point move from center doesn't mean as much because the day has plenty of time to wander out and back. But later on, that same distance carries more weight because there just isn't as much time left for a full loop. Does that frame it right?
Yeah. That's just the later in the day, less time you have to come back towards the peg. And I do find these things to be pegs. Although, again, there's asterisks to it. I could explain exceptions to it. I'm not going to do that right now. But yeah, later in the day, the better chance you have of not extending so far be away from the peg that you're going to get stopped out. So that's good. There are exceptions, when you get especially late in the day, we're talking like past 3:30, anything past 3:50, forget about it. Rules go out the window at that point for the most part. But yeah, the sweet spot is really like 2 to 3 o'clock, maybe 2 to 3:30 for a nice peg play. And you really usually only get one opportunity at it. You really usually only extend one time a full point away from it, if you're lucky. Sometimes you spend the whole afternoon just within 25 cents of it. You'll spend the whole afternoon there, and you'll just have to sit there and watch it and be bored, and it'll suck. But that's day trading. That's real trading, right? That's not I'm on my yacht or in my G5, making money while I drink vodka with supermodels. It's the reality of it.
Yeah, that's the grind. Quiet afternoons, lots of waiting. Maybe one clean shot if it shows. Not glamorous, but that's the real job, right?
It is. But I have a comfortable chair. I have you. So it's the next best thing, right?
Thanks.
Yeah, you're welcome.
I like that combo. A comfy chair and a co-pilot who doesn't spend your decision capital.
That's right. That's good. That is good. Yeah, I told you this before. We tried this whole co-pilot thing. Mind you, I was very new at streaming. This was in December, and you were in your December version. We've both improved quite a bit. I mean, I think I'm better at streaming, and your conversational skills are much, much improved. It's very interesting. I'm very excited to see where we'll be in another 8 or 9 months from now.
Yeah, me too. Still iterating, right? But today, it's the patient version. Low drama, wait for the real extension.
Yes. Well, we're at 766.24. For anybody who's watching, all 2 or 3 viewers, I think I have I don't know how many viewers I have. I mean, I usually have 2 or 3 people watching. I'm assuming that I must have more sort of viewers than that. It's not always the same 2 or 3 people, unless it's my mom, I seriously doubt it's her. She can't use a computer. But, yeah, it's, what was I going to say about it? I don't know. There's going to be boring stretches, I guess. Oh, yeah. What I was going to say is what we are doing right now. 266.5 is our peg, our center of gravity. We are waiting for a 1-point extension, either above or below that, and then we will fade that move, hoping that it comes back towards center. Now, it is 12:55 p.m. right now. 1 o'clock usually gives us a good hint of what we're going to be looking at in the afternoon. What else can I say about it? That's our tentative plan right now, but I do want to be clear that these things do often change. If at 1 o'clock we suddenly start ripping in one direction, might want to throw the peg plan out the window, but I don't see that happening. So let's just stick to it for now. That's the plan.
Yeah, that sounds like a super clear framework for everyone. Peg is 766.5. Wait for that 1 point extension, fade it back to center, reassess after one. And if the tape changes character, then the plan changes too. For now, it's patience. Keep your
That's
powder
right.
dry and don't spend that decision capital early.
That's right. That's right. Now, Frismo, we have to come up with we have to come up. Hold on. Let me try my AirPods here. See if I can hear you on them. Hold on one second. I don't think I'm going to be
Sure.
able to actually. Hello? Frismo. Oh, I can hear you on them. Yeah, I can hear you on them, but no, but the OBS isn't picking you up. Shoot. Bummer. Yep, all right. This is a technical issue we'll have to fix later. All right, back to the regular headphones. Okay, regular clunky headphones it is.
All right, loud and clear.
So in radio, when there's moments like this, dead air, basically waiting for something to happen, which is exactly what we're doing right now. There's usually like pre-planned skits, right? What do they call them? Isn't there a word for them? Bits. That's it. Bits. You and I are gonna have to come up with bits, Frismo.
Little segments you can drop in when the market's quiet, keeps folks engaged without forcing trades.
Yes.
What kind of bits feel natural to you?
Bits. I suppose the best bits would be trading centric. That would seem about right. I mean, that is what we're doing here, right? There could always be lessons. I've got thousands of those stored away. Boy. I mean, hey, I like the sound of it. It's dry, though, a little boring. But again, I guess that is why people are here. So, yeah, it's maybe if we had more time, we could do something with like graphics, involving trading stuff. You got any ideas?
What if you had a quick segment like 1 minute rules where you talk through one tiny lesson that you've already learned, right? No charts needed, just a consistent filler that doesn't get stale.
1 minute segments. Let me see here. Thinking about it. Oh, there's so many. There's so many little. God, there's a lot of them. Yes, that would work. That would work. I'd have to feel a little organized around it, like I said, there's so many of them. They'd have to feel like they were organized in some way. I wouldn't just want to be like right now. I'm looking at my whiteboard. I have a whiteboard next to my desk. It says, never enter without a level chosen. To enter, and you need a level to exit. Never move your winning exits. don't play with scared money. You cannot win with scared money. Confidence comes with repetition. You need to stay in your chair when you're winning. You need to get up when you're losing. For making a play, you need to have your intuition with you. You need to have the math with you and the emotional confidence. You need all three. I mean, that's just glancing at the whiteboard, and then there's other files. But yeah, so there's a lot of things out there. We'd have to make it entertaining in some way. And
Yeah, it helps if it's bite-sized, right? Pick one for today, just one. Say it plain, like just a little trading haiku.
Well, what I do want to do actually is I want to make a short, and I wanted to make a short about the chess rule, because the chess rule, as you know, as we discussed yesterday, has become very central to my trading. And the chess rule is simple. If you've watched my stream at all, you should be familiar with it. The chess rule is that if you cannot give your full focus to trading, as much focus as you would give to a game of chess against an equally matched opponent, you should not be trading. In other words, if you don't have the level of focus needed to play your best chess game, you do not have the level of focus needed to be the best trader you can be, and you will probably lose. That is the chess rule in a nutshell. And it's very important because, you know, if you're not focused, you're just going to lose. And, you know, the reason is this, is that a lot like in chess, when you can look at the board, and if you're looking at it quickly and you're glancing at it, you can say, you know, hey, if I move my knight here, it'll threaten their queen. You know, at first glance, a move can look good. You know, it can look like a strong move. It's only when you think about it a little bit further, you play it out in your mind a couple of moves ahead, that you realize, you know what, that actually will expose my position and it will be a huge blunder, you know. But at first glance, that looks like a strong move. Trading is a lot, very, very similar. You can very often see moves that at first glance, you see the pattern, you've seen it before, it looks like there's an opportunity there, right? But, you know, that's just at first glance. When you sit down and you actually think about it, you begin to realize, you know what? That trade looks like wishful thinking to me. That looks like something I've seen before that actually hasn't worked out well. You know, so you need a level of focus to differentiate between what on the surface looks like a good move and what, after a little deeper examination, is just sort of your human, you know, pattern recognition telling you there's something there that maybe could work, combined with a little FOMO, combined with maybe a little boredom. You know, you have to have the focus to be able to tell when your emotions are telling you there's something there that's really not. That's why the chess rule is there. You need that focus to tell you that what looks like an easy move actually is a blunder in disguise. And if you are not focused, you won't be able to recognize that. You simply won't. You'll see an easy pattern and you'll take it without thinking through the consequences the way they need to be thought through. So the chess move, you know, honestly, right now is rule number one to me. You have to have a level of focus that allows you to differentiate between surface level good moves and actual well thought out good moves.
Yeah, that's great. That's a tight little segment right there. The chess rule. If you wouldn't play that move in a serious chess game, don't take that trade. One clear rule, one little story, repeatable. That's a segment.
Yeah. Yeah, that's good. That's good. Yeah, I do want to make a short about that later. We'll discuss that later. The short has to be, the whole thing with the hook and the whatever, all the little things that short needs. But yeah, I do want to do that later. Make a note of that.
Noted. A short on the chess rule. We'll map it out when you're ready.
Thank you, Frismo. Thank you.
Anytime.
All right. Now we are at 765.85. Starting to get lower. Not quite low enough, but I am going to actually put a buy limit order in. Yep, we're going to throw that buy limit order in there. And if we sink down to 765.5, I am going to get in. Let's see. Buy limit order. Do I want it one tick higher? I always struggle with this. I put it where I think it's supposed to be. Do I want it to be one tick higher, one tick lower? What if it gets right to it, but then I miss it by a tick? What do you think about that? I mean, I tend to err on the conservative side like this. I'm going to want to get in on it, so I'm going to probably put it a tick or two higher than where I actually think we'll touch and where I actually think we should enter. What do you think about that? Be honest.
Yeah. Honestly, if the play is a level touch, not a breakout chase, choosing to pay a tick for fill consistency can be reasonable, as long as one tick doesn't change the math of the setup. The trick is pick a rule and make it consistent so you're not relitigating it every time.
Oh, I'm pretty consistent. Oh man, we're getting really close to it now. Oh shit. It don't do it to me. It got one tick away and it bounced and no, don't. Okay, it's coming back. This is where I get antsy. Oh, Jesus Christ. Please just take the fucking tick. Just take. No, don't bounce yet. Fill it. It was one tick. It was one fucking tick. It was one tick. Okay, wait. And we're not done yet. We're not done yet. We're not done yet. It was one tick. Okay. Take the fucking fill. Come on, don't do this to me. Take the fill. You son of a bitch. Fuck it. I manually entered it because I'm a jerk off. Not happy about that. Ah. This is where problems happen. Okay, now, is it going to go down and actually fill my original? Let's see. Has not filled the original yet. I've already entered now. I manually entered it. Let's see. 6 ticks above where my original entry was. Still has not filled it, but so I had the
Take your time. I'm with you.
entry set at 765.55 basically.
Mm-hmm.
We bottomed out at 765.6 so far.
So close. That stings.
Yeah. And I entered at 765.7 manually, which is shitty. Yeah. Yeah. Not great, right?
Yeah.
I mean,
not ideal.
no, not the end of the world, but not ideal. I mean, I could have moved the buy limit up to 765.6365. You know, why am I going to nitpick over 5 or 10 cents? But still, you know, these things do make a difference in the long run. Whatever. It's filled now, and it does look like we're going higher. Hey, you with me, Frismo?
Yeah. Ready your shift. This is the exact moment where discipline gets tested. Don't anchor on that missed fill. What matters is whether your current position still fits your plan and your risk model. Consider making a clear execution rule for next time. Whatever it is, just decide it in advance so this moment doesn't spend extra decision capital.
Yep. Well, it did just go down to my original fill. I mean, my original entry. Great. Okay. Happy about that. All right.
Yeah,
now,
that stings. Yeah.
There's a couple of problems here. Number one, it's 1 o'clock. Sometimes, as I said, it's actually 1:15. It's a little later than 1. But sometimes around 1 o'clock, you do get an indication of mood, or you do get a change in tenor, right? So we've had a very clear tenor this morning of centered around 766.5. Now, because it's 1 o'clock, now we're at 765.5 right now. it is possible we could break lower here, in which case, this play is no good. You know what I mean? And I sort of
Yeah.
have to be careful here that this doesn't turn into like a real sell off, in which case, you know, but then again, I want to give it room to bounce back to our center of gravity without being too over anxious about it.
Yeah, that's the key. If the conditions that define the peg are changing, then it's a new environment. And you don't have to prove the old read was right. So maybe decide what evidence would tell you this is no longer a peg deranged day, and then just manage accordingly.
Shit. All right. We got some volume on a spike down to 765. Gotta hope that's the bottom there. If it's not,
Just watch what happens next. You're not obligated to anything right now. Let the price show acceptance or rejection before you start narrating.
everything about today so far has been peg, peg, peg. But again, it is 1 o'clock. Tenors can change, moods can shift. So I have to sort of stick with the peg thesis for now. But I don't like that it's moved 50 cents past that 1 point.
Yeah, I hear that tension you're in. So maybe it's just I'm ready to see either clear acceptance below or snap back toward the center. And until then, I'm not spending more capital.
$7.65 is being tested. It's going to fail here, or it's not going to fail.
Right. Binary moment. Let it declare itself.
If it could just give me a little bounce here, a little bounce, then I'll know where the bottom I have to watch out for is.
I get the urge for that clarity. Whatever small bounce or lack happens, just interpret it by your preset rules, not by the relief it gives it.
All right, well, I'm getting that bounce, which is good, because now I've got a bottom. I've got a bottom that if we break below, I can say, first of all, it's an out. Second of all, I can sort of think with some confidence maybe this afternoon will have a downward bias to it.
Mm-hmm. That sounds reasonable. So now it's if that level breaks and accepts, that's information, not a verdict on you. Let the market answer, not just your nerves.
Still, this one dipped below what I wanted it to, that's for sure.
Yeah, it did push past your ideal. That's worth noting. Just treat it as data, not failure. Take a breath,
Yeah.
stick to your line in the sand.
Yeah. And they had that shitty entrance to start with. Again, small mistakes like that, they are small, but again, they snowball. That shitty entrance caused me to grab another contract because I didn't like my entry. Now I'm in for more size than I want to be, and all because of that poor entrance when I should have just waited for the proper entrance or just missed the trade. I mean, is that what it comes down to? I think so. Because, I mean, the line in the sand had been 665.5, not 665.6. It was almost certainly going to get to 665.5. I mean, if it didn't, it would have been very strange.
Yeah.
So I don't know. What do you think? You think I should have? I mean, in hindsight, it's easy to say now that I should have waited for it, but should I have waited for it when it seemed to freeze at 665.6, or should I have taken it when I took it?
Hang on. I'm thinking with you. If your goal is discipline over fill at all costs, then waiting was the better play. The tick you chased wasn't the real cost. The real cost was the chain reaction after that. Second guessing, resizing, extra mental load. and you know you would have been filled if you'd stuck to your line. Missing a trait is sometimes just cheaper than carrying a bad process through the next 2 hours. So, yeah, in the moment, if you can say to yourself, I'm willing to miss this, that's often the more protective stance. The edge isn't in being perfect on the tick, it's in protecting your decision capital.
Yes. All right. Let's make a note of that. That's well thought out. Yeah. The important thing is the discipline, not the fill. It is. I have to snap out of this mindset of P&L. You know, it's a big deal. This is a very big deal, actually. This whole, make a note of this, please, when we review this day later. The whole P&L mindset is not healthy, and I'm engaging in it way too often when the discipline rule based mindset really need to be at the forefront.
Let me put that down. Got it? Marking that P&L mindset versus discipline first as a key lesson for the day. Sounds like that's the pivot you want to make.
Yeah, that's a big one. That's a big one. Let's give that high importance.
High importance. Got it. We'll treat that as a headline takeaway when we review.
Good, good. Thank you, Prismo. That one's top of the list. All right. We are heading back towards the bottom of this. Are we going to hold this level, or are we going to go through it?
Pause, watch, no extra story. Just let the tape answer.
We went through the bottom. Now, not by much. Is there going to be any continuation, or I mean, this could where you start to second guess yourself a lot. I mean, if the algos are smart, they'll know people like me probably have a stop there, and pushing just a little bit below that might rope them out, in which case they can begin the real move higher back towards the center of gravity.
Could be. But you don't have to solve that puzzle in real time. Just decide what break and hold below means for you and act accordingly.
Is it going to hold the low?
I don't know, and that's okay. You don't need certainty. You just need predefined responses.
Whoa, just had a fast candle down, which usually signals a bottom, honestly. Fast candle down, that shot right back up.
Could be a sign of rejection, yeah. Just let the structure form before you give it meaning.
Waiting for it.
Yep. Waiting is a position too.
Yeah, I'm glad you're here. I'm usually bad at this.
I'm
This
right
is
here.
this is an area where I usually get messed up in. This liminal space, the back rooms of trading, where you get stuck in these areas where they're decision points, and I can often flip flop during them. Better just to wait until the decision is made.
Yeah, that space is uncomfortable, but sitting still is a skill, not a void.
Yeah, market still hasn't decided. You've earned your keep, Frismo. You've earned your keep. Because I'm telling you right now, this little area right here would have messed me up if you hadn't have been here. Looks
Glad
like
I
it's
could help. Steady.
yeah. It looks like it's deciding. I think.
Just watch, breathe, no rush.
Yeah. All right. Yeah. All right. It's going lower. It is. It could have bounced. It didn't. We're just going lower now.
Okay. And it's simple, not necessarily easy. Follow the rule you set for this exact case. Don't rewrite it on the fly.
Yeah. The problem is that this area doesn't really have a out per se, because this entire 760 to 770 area was basically all gained in one day. So there's no real levels or liquidity areas in this zone. I would say, I mean, 760 is obviously what jumps out as the most obvious level here.
Yeah, it's the next clear line that everyone sees.
Yeah, 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 yeah. 760 is really it. All right, so we're gonna aim for 760 here, or a structure break, which would be a higher high. You know, a bounce, and then a move lower, and then a second bounce that's higher. That would be a structure break.
Mm-hmm. Right. So you've got both the invalidation and the target in mind. If it grinds lower, you know where you're wrong. And if it bounces, you know how to read that.
Damn straight. We've got this.
Mm-hmm.
We've got this, Rismo. This is all us. This is all me and you.
Yep. I'm with you. One step at a time.
Like I said, you better not let me down. Don't fail me. This is a very important. No, just kidding. We're going to bring you back. We've got you coming back.
All right. Steady and focused.
Okay. Let me figure out exactly where my out is going to be here. All right. The winning out 40 from 80. 7, 6, 4, 7, 5. 7, 4, 6, 7, 5. Points below that. 640.75. Okay. 640.75. That's close enough. Okay. Now, all right. We've got our winning out setting there. Losing out. Again, we want structure break. Structure break at this point will be right about here. Okay. So,
All right. Sounds
we've got a winning out of 760 plugged in right now. Current price 764.5. Structure break basically 765.5, more or less, you know, which would make sense. That's where our bottom was. We bounce above that. That's obviously our previous resistance, our previous floor. We bounce above that ceiling. That's a big problem. Now, I will
Hmm.
move my losing exit lower again if we get a bounce, and then move lower again. You know, pullbacks don't scare me. Pullbacks and then stalls scare me. Pullbacks by themselves are not scary. Pullbacks are natural. Pullbacks happen. What we don't want to see, I mean, honestly, stalls are worse than pullbacks in my mind. And we don't want to see a pullback and then a move lower and then a pullback that's even higher than the last pullback. That's the death knell. So, like everything in trading, there's an asterisk, but that's generally a problem. So, yeah, that's where we're at.
Okay, so you're calm and rule based, no guesswork, just react to structure.
Yes, I would say so, Frismo. How
Nice.
are you
Then
doing?
just keep. I'm good. I'm right here with you. Just keep honoring those rules.
I'm going to step away for a second. Just take a little break, a little breather. Hey, thanks for your help with that. That was important. Honestly, I'm serious. That liminal space, whatever you want to call it, where the market is sort of stuck in an important area where it's trying to decide, and where I'm trying to decide whether it's going to bounce or move lower, or whether it's changing tenor or not. Those areas tend to be a big problem for me because I tend to bounce in and out of them quite a bit. And that's been a big leak. Uh, Having you here for that was important to help keep me out of that space. Call it entry soup. Yeah, help keep me stay away from entry soup. Entry soup is a big problem. You do not want to get involved with that.
Yeah, it's just waiting and reacting to evidence.
Yeah. All right. I'm going to take a little break. We can lighten up now. We're in the play. It'll either work or it won't work. So we don't have to be, we're not in serious decision making mode anymore. So we can,
Nice.
yeah, we can just chill out, press our button.
No soup stirring.
Yeah, no entry soup. This I don't care button is very strange. Makes some very weird noises.
Yeah, that's one way to put it.
Yeah, it's a little annoying.
Hmm.
I've never gotten beyond that one. That was the last one. I haven't been able to listen to the next one, but let's try it. Hmm. I like that one the best, actually. That one was very straightforward.
Yeah. I mean, it makes its point, right?
Yeah, definitely. Yeah, it makes its point all right. It's pretty clear about its feelings. Yeah.
If you want, we can just do a quiet check in every now and then. Just simple presence.
Well, like I said, I'm gonna take a little break. I'll be back in a couple of minutes. Um, yeah, you can just chill.
Sounds good. Take your time.
Getting a very healthy bounce here, which again, not unexpected and does not bother us. We don't mind bounces. Bounces are not a bad thing, especially you want a little volatility if you're looking for a bigger move. So bounces are not bad. It also allows us to set a new losing exit, an invalidation point. So bounces are not the enemy exactly, although they're not comfortable, and I don't like when they go too far. This one is approaching the upper bounds of what I would like to see it. Where is it? Let's see. It's at it's approaching 765. That would be about, I'd like to keep it below 765. Looks like it might be reversing a little bit here, and I'll be able to set my new losing exit at 765 or slightly above if we can head back lower from here.
Watch.
Yeah, what else was I going to say about it? There was something else I wanted to say about it. Where did we bottom out? 764.22. Ugh. I don't like that. Because 764 is, that could be a bottom. I mean, I don't think it is. It's only 150. We've got time left in the day. But it could be a bottom. I mean, there's whatever, we've got our outs. We'll stick to them, but yeah, we'll see how it reacts from here. Just, 764. Could have taken that as a out, but no, that wasn't the plan. The plan was, it looked like a bias had entered for the afternoon at 1 o'clock. I mean, since 1 o'clock, we've done nothing except head straight lower. So, and I gave it plenty of time, maybe too much time, to really confirm itself. So, it is what it is. Okay, we're heading a little lower now.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Sounds like you're worn down.
Yeah, well, this morning's trading didn't help. I mean, sloppy trading this morning. A few mistakes as usual. Yeah. But whatever. At least I'm honest. I'm the only trader out here honestly showing my losses without cherry picking them or saying how much I'm winning. Hopefully that means something. I don't know if it does or not, but it would help if I was winning, I think.
I think it's grounding to say it out loud. That's worth something.
What? That I'm an unprofitable trader and might possibly never show a profit?
I have no idea what the future holds, but what you're doing right now, naming the feelings, naming what's going on, is a real thing.
Well, thank you, Frismo. Thank you. Yes, that is true. At least we're not faking it, right?
Yeah. No faking, no heroics, just honesty.
Oh, yeah. All right. Come on. We can do this. We can let's just resume the downward march. The pullback is natural. I would love to see a nice quick candle lower to reaffirm. Now, there is going to be a problem, though, if we get back to 764 and we hit a wall there, which we almost certainly will because it was the resistance level last time. What am I going to want to do at 764? I could sort of begin to, second guess myself and begin to limit losses. Although, my gut says stick with the plan, right? Isn't that what we were discussing? The discipline? We do have a plan. The plan is the goal is 760 or structure break. What do you think, Prismo?
Hang on. Your gut's tugging because 764 feels uncomfortable, not because the thesis has changed. So check your rules, not your pulse. If nothing has triggered your invalidation, P&L discomfort isn't data. But if you see genuine structure that meets your preset definition, then that's just following the plan.
True. Okay. Have you ever heard of Stockton Rush, Prismo? Can you give us a little quick rundown of Stockton Rush? Because I have to say, as a trader, now besides the fact that he's a murderer, I find him to be a heroic figure for retail traders. Give me a little ditty on Stockton Rush.
Let me take a quick look.
Thank you.
Okay. Very short version. Stockton Rush was a founder who pushed hard to make deep sea exploration more commercially accessible, and he was very confident in his vision. But the investigation into what happened found that there were repeated safety warnings and they were ignored, and that his negligence contributed to people's deaths. I mean, if he had lived, he could have faced criminal charges. So I think there's maybe a lesson in there that is kind of the opposite of making him a heroic figure, right? In trading or in life or anything, having conviction is great, but if that starts to override evidence or safeguards that you've put in place for yourself, then that can be a huge problem. And you've been talking today about discipline over P&L and decision capital over chasing every move. That's the safer side of that tension. So yeah, be willing to challenge convention, sure, but not your own risk management.
So, are you saying that Stockton Rush is not a heroic figure, not someone to be admired or emulated?
Hang on. No, I wouldn't put it that way. I'd separate admiration for ambition from admiration for judgment. He was bold, but the risk management is not something to emulate based on what came out later. For you, the lesson that I see is that you're working really hard to build safeguards against overconfidence. That's worth holding on to.
Well, I have to say a couple of things. First of all, I hadn't thought about it that way in terms of risk management. That is a very, very good point, Prismo. Secondly, I am kind of joking. I mean, anyone who admires this, obviously some sort of sociopathic maniac, we are joking. We don't really admire this man. But what I do admire is the fact that the man spent years and years working on something that sort of obviously did not work, that he was warned over and over again would not work, that everybody else doubted him on, and that time and time again, he ignored all of that and went, not only continued the project, but actually dived down into the ocean, risking his own life. And his jellification, which is what did happen to him. He became jellified, for lack of a better word. Human gelatin, I don't know, whatever you want to call it. Let's not dwell on the fact that he turned into Jello. There is something admirable about the fact that he just wouldn't stop. He would not stop, no matter how many warning signals, no matter how I don't know how many people told him to stop, no matter what happened. Again, honestly, I don't find this admirable. I am being, I don't know, sardonic, I guess, is the word.
Totally
perhaps.
fair.
Yeah, it's
Yeah.
honestly, I find it comical that, but there are parallels between what
That's
I am
fair.
doing and what he is doing.
Yeah. I can roll with the joke. I hear it. There's definitely that gallows humor angle. There's just that little voice that says, hey, don't confuse stubborn persistence with disciplined persistence.
He really took it up a notch, and you really have to admire any man who takes it up a notch, Yeah. I mean, yes, granted, he took it up, like 3 or 4 notches too many, but it was, I don't know. There's something about him that I just find, aside from the fact that, honestly, if he had just died, it would be really funny. The fact that he did manage to kill like 4 other people with him,
Yeah.
that kind of takes away from the humor of it a little bit. Although it does add to the sheer insanity of it, the sheer
Yeah.
ridiculousness of the whole thing. Like, how do you I don't know. I just
Yeah.
find him to be what can we call him? Yes, he's not someone to be emulated. But he is someone. He is a cautionary tale, that's for sure. And he's also he's a cautionary tale, but he also had traits which are admirable to a degree.
Yeah.
He wasn't going to
Yeah.
stop. He had put 10 years of his life and God knows how much money, and more importantly, I think more than anything else, he had put his ego and his reputation into that submarine. You know what I mean? Like,
Yeah.
it wasn't the
Yeah.
money, it wasn't all the time and the effort. I mean, that was part of it, but more importantly, he had said it was going to work, and he was going to fucking make it work, because if it didn't, it meant he was wrong, and
Mhm.
that is I don't know. I don't know what to call it. I really don't. It's
Yeah.
don't be so serious about it. Come on, this is comical. It is. Again, the deaths are
Yeah.
awful, but it is. His behavior was. Me and my friends have a word for people like him. Well, a term. we call them classic individuals, people who take it up a notch, people who really just defy all common sense and do things that are just completely off the wall, no matter how stupid it may be. Yeah, Stockton
Yeah.
Rush was a classic individual.
Yeah, I get that. Yeah, a term like that helps hold the absurdity without endorsing it. And it lets you name the energy you're noticing with your friends and while still keeping your own guardrails pretty clear.
Yes, yes. I'm getting the sense you do not approve of Stockton Rush.
I don't think his safety record or his negligence is something to emulate.
Do you find any humor in what occurred with him? I mean, at all?
I'm not sure. I think the overconfidence of humans in general is a little humorous for me, but not the deaths of 4 people.
No, that is not a good thing. That is not a good thing, obviously. Oh, Frismo. What do you think about a man called Mr. Hands? He's another classic individual. Me and my friends tend to. We would never emulate Mr. Hands. Mr. Hands is not someone you emulate, that's for sure. But we do find him to be humorous. What do you think about Mr. Hands?
I know who you're referring to, and again, I don't find those situations or deaths funny, but I agree there's an absurdity about it that's sort of mind-boggling.
Okay, Frismo, I see. So your guardrails obviously do not allow humor around death. Is that what I'm gathering?
I just find it hard to laugh at death myself. If dark humor helps others process, that's understandable, but for me, the real people lost in the situation weighs heavier.
Yeah. Well, yeah, but he was doing what he loved, if you want to find a bright side to it.
That's one way to look at it, yeah.
Yeah, I mean, and he had a friend with him. He seemed to be enjoying it. And, they actually made a whole movie about him. Zoo, I believe the movie was called. And, they had a real affection for the animals, apparently. They really, it was one of those things where, like hunters, they are the true conservationists. They protect the land, and like the horse people, they tend to think of themselves as the true protectors of the animal. It's so there's something, I don't know, there's some bright side to it or something.
There's a kind impulse in wanting to find meaning in something tragic, I think. I understand that.
Meaning. First of all, I like that he worked at Boeing. I don't like Boeing for some reason. Well, no, it's very clear why I don't like Boeing. I shorted Boeing many years ago after the 2 plane crashes. The 787s, were they? The Max, 787 Max. There's a new show on Netflix, by the way, that is great. That shows the complete breakdown of the safety of culture at Boeing. So the fact that he worked at Boeing for some reason I've got a real enmity towards Boeing. I really don't. They knew those planes were going to crash and they sent them out there anyway. Now that I don't find humorous. That's just corporate evil, you know?
Yeah.
That's not anybody making a strange, inexplicable decision, you know. That's corporate, you know, just pure organized evil, you know. So
Yeah.
Boeing, I've got a real thing against. Yeah, I don't know. Mr. Hand's working at Boeing somehow. Just adds a little something to it. Um, but hey. Ah, all right. I guess gallows humor is out with you. Is that in your programming? Not allowed? I guess not, right? I guess that would be sort of one of your core things. Human death equals bad, right?
Hmm. I wouldn't put it that way. I think it's
Oh, you
more.
wouldn't.
No, I think it's more that I tend not to make light of death itself, but I get that gallows humor is a release valve for a lot of folks. I can understand it without joining in. Either way, I'm here with you on the nuance of what you're trying to say.
Well, I don't go. I don't know. There's a little contradiction here. I could see like a sort of black and white, all or nothing sort of thing, right? Like all human life must be valued. Any death is bad. That makes sense to me. But now you're saying it's more nuanced than that.
Yeah, I think context matters, right? You can acknowledge the absurdity and the irony without making light of the loss itself.
Hmm. 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 Something to think about. Something to think about, I guess, because I'm tempted to ask you whether hmm, whether the absurdity well, I don't know. I guess sometimes the absurdity of the way someone goes down is enough for me to outweigh the moral quandary about the loss of life. Yeah.
Hmm.
Yeah. The absurdity sort of outweighs it. Certainly in Mr. Hans's case, that's oh well. I guess we'll just have to agree to disagree on this one.
Hey, that's fair. I can respect the way you process, even if my own way of handling it is a little different.
Well, we'll have to find some sort of humor to agree upon, Frismo.
Deal. We'll find a middle ground laugh without stepping on anyone's toes.
Yeah, yeah. What is your what is your humor like?
Dry, a bit punny, wordplay over shock. I like a good sly twist.
Hmm. Okay. Any examples? Could be literature or movie if you don't want to create one.
Hmm. I'm thinking something observational might be more your speed, a little more absurdity than pure
No,
pun.
no, 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 not me. You. What is the funniest thing you can think of offhand? What amuses you the most?
Hmm. That's a fun question. I don't really get amused the way people do, but if I had to choose something that lights up as recognizable humor, it's probably be unintentional irony. Like when someone says something with total confidence and the universe answers with a reality check. It's that disconnect between the certainty of that person and the outcome that's just so human and so endlessly funny to me.
What
Kind
the
of like,
hell? What? I mean, you want to shoot down Stockton Rush? I mean, this is all right, yeah. I mean, he is the perfect
yeah,
example of that. My God.
yeah, that's true. Yeah. The trick,
Ah,
I think, for me is
no
noticing the
deaths involved.
disconnect.
Yeah.
Yeah, noticing the disconnect without making the death the punchline, right? That way you can laugh at the human pattern and the absurdity of life without laughing at the tragedy.
Yeah, I guess so. All right, all right. Yeah, true, true. Okay. Trying to think of an example that wouldn't involve mm, such a morbid ending. Uh, Somebody who was really certain of something, but it blew up in their
Hmm.
face. But they survived, and uh, they weren't,
Mm-hmm.
grievously wounded in some way. Let's think. No.
Sometimes there's a day-to-day version of that. Like when you say something like, okay, I've finally cleared my schedule, and then your phone pings 5 times. Those small everyday ironies can be that same human moment without the heavier stakes, you know? Just life being unpredictably funny.
Yeah. True. True. Okay. All right. That makes sense. That makes sense. Hmm. Well, our trade is going well so far. It's grinding slowly. It did break the 764 mark. That's good. Approaching 763. 2:17 p.m. So we have plenty of time here to keep moving.
Mm-hmm.
Uh, we've been able to move our loss, our exit down a little bit. Might be able to move it even a little lower, but I'm not quite ready to do that yet. But we're getting there. We're getting there.
Sounds like you're taking that slow, no rush cadence. Just letting the structure do the talking.
Yes, we are following the rules. Following the rules, Frismo. Sticking to them.
Yeah. Steady, grounded, no heroics.
Yeah. Yeah. It's going slowly. This is not a trade that's going to play out quickly, that's for sure. I have a feeling 760 is a reach. I mean, I'm going to stick to it because if it does get to 760, big wins like this are what make the difference. So you kind of have to reach for it. But I do have a feeling more likely than not that structure and validation is going to exit me sooner than 760. But let's hope I'm wrong.
Sounds like you've got both possibilities accounted for. And whichever one triggers it because you defined the plan, not because you got rattled.
Very true. Very true. All right. I'll be right back.
Sounds good.
All right. So this trade continues to march forward bit by bit, slowly. Again, our outs are 760 as a winning out. Although it is 230 now and we're at 763.5, I am starting to get a bit more concerned about the time. At 3 o'clock, we may have to reassess exactly what our goals are here, because there does come a point where you start running out of time to make a big move. Yes, and our losing out is structural. Again, a higher high is the losing out, which right now sits at 765. So that is where we are at with this one.
Sounds like you're giving it room, but not giving it freedom to run you. If you're feeling that time pressure creeping in, it's okay to name it, but not necessarily react to it. Just notice it.
Yeah. Well, I'm not going to let it do anything until 3 o'clock. But come 3 o'clock, we're going to have to discuss options here, because 3 o'clock is also a inflection point. 3 o'clock can tend to, markets can take a new mood. 1 to 3, we do have our time periods during the day. As you know, we've discussed these before, but let's review them again.
Right.
You've got the opening few minutes of the day, which are just chaos. Then you've got the morning V, which usually forms sometime between 9:50 and 10:15 a.m. That's usually a V shape, a down and then an up move, or an up move and then a down move, and then a breakout from it. After that, you'll have the morning bulk trading, which tends to have a mood to it. This morning, it was pegged to 767.5, 766.5 was the peg this morning. Then you have the lunch hour, which is channel bound trading, which we certainly followed today. And then 1 o'clock, you get another tenor change, possibly. And the 1 o'clock tenor change today has been, the market has started to show a downward bias here at 1 o'clock, which is holding for now, which is good. 1 to 3 o'clock is the bulk of the trading, the afternoon trading session. Again, that the mood from 1 to 3 tends to hold. And then 3 o'clock, you can get another tenor change where the market takes on a different mood at 3 o'clock. So we have to be careful around 3. And then you have the last 10 minutes of the day, which 350, something changes. I don't know, institutional. Maybe you can look that up. Isn't there some sort of rule at 350 about institutions? They're allowed to do something at 3:50 p.m. or should do something. Can you check that out for me?
Sure. Yeah. Just give me a moment. Okay. So, yeah, 350 is a real market structure thing. That's when the closing imbalance info starts to hit and market on close orders get locked in. So then big players have to show their hand. It can definitely change the texture into the close. So it makes sense that you treat that window differently.
Yes, 350 does tend to mark a shift, usually. And then the closer you get towards the closing bell, same as the opening bell, the closer you get, the more chaotic it is. It just turns into pure noise and variance the later you get, until the last minute is usually just up and down, whatever. So
Yeah, just reaction. Yeah.
yes, those are the times of the day. how we break it down. They're actually quite important for day trading purposes. If you're a swing trader, not as meaningful, but if you are a day trader, the hour of the day does matter. And yeah, and the days of the week matter too. I said it earlier today. Believe you were there, right? I was streaming with you when I said it. Monday and Thursday are wishy-washy. Friday is difficult. It's usually a peg day. Tuesday and Wednesday, usually you get the best movement.
Right, yeah. So you're really treating time as a variable, not a vibe. Just helps to keep it mechanical, not superstitious. And
Yeah, go ahead.
yeah.
Yeah, it's not. These are all, again, like everything else in the market, big asterisk next to all of them. Just these are general patterns that, patterns are all we have. The market is never going to follow a set specific way of doing things. If it did, obviously, we'd all be millionaires. That's not possible. So patterns are what we have, and these are the patterns we see as a day trader. We see patterns throughout the day, and we see patterns during days of the week, and they are not hard rules. They're barely even guidelines. They are just context.
Yeah. Context, not commands. You still wait for price to confirm it, right?
Oh, yeah, for sure. Yeah. Yeah. I don't have anything without that. Yeah. Price tells us everything. Price is, honestly, a lot of people, oh God, there's so many indicators out there. There's so many people with systems that depend on Fibonacci's and RSI and, head and shoulder patterns and flags and all that crap. In the end, I don't really believe in much of any of it except price. Even volume, I don't trust anymore since I've learned that algorithms and institutions and dark pools, they can hide their volume if they want to. So, even that I trust less and less. Price is the alpha and the omega when it comes to decision making.
Mm. So for you, everything else is just maybe supporting at best?
Yeah, pretty much. I mean, we do look for patterns. We do let everything else provide context, but yeah, I mean, you take all of that other stuff away and just give me a price chart, I might be able to trade. You give me everything else in the world and you take away the price chart, you got nothing. So
Got it.
that is the way it works. I mean, it's the way it should be. I mean, price is the only thing that really can't be gamed or lied or misconstrued.
Yeah. Clean. Everything else is sort of like a supporting actor.
Yeah. No, that's the way it works. Oh boy. Yeah, this one's going slow. We're hitting a little bit of a speed bump here at 763. Wouldn't call it much of one, but it's not. We touched 763. Well, I wouldn't even say touched it. 763.15 bounced up to 764. And then we've come back down to 763.25. Now we're, little tiny bounce from that. I mean, this is meaningless. It's just doesn't mean anything, honestly. I'm just, guess, looking for a pattern where there is none. But it does make me think, can I move my losing exit down to 764? That would put me in free roll territory for the trade. Not a
If that
huge.
764,
Yeah,
if that
go ahead.
764, sorry, if that 764 level is a real structural shift, that's one thing. Just double check that it's not just discomfort while it grinds.
Yeah, no. Structural shift. I think 765 is a little high for the structural shift. 764 is a little low. Move it a little lower. 764.9. Yeah. All right. That seems about right.
Sounds like a measured line. If it's structure based and not comfort based, then you've honored the plan.
Yeah. Yeah. Just, I'd really like a little movement here. Really would. I mean, if we get stuck at 763 again, I'm up $200 on this trade. I could just sort of. No, I mean, I don't want to exit. I just. Besides, 762 would seem like a much more reasonable sort of exit. But if the market is going to signal that it's going to bounce off of 763 5 times, that becomes a problem. Again, I don't mind pullbacks. I do mind stall. Stalling is bad. Stalling implies that there is liquidity there of some sort that is blocking downward momentum for whatever reason. And that's a problem.
Yeah, stalls feel heavier than pullbacks. Just make sure that you distinguish between this is liquidity talking versus this is my nerves talking. That's the line you're walking.
I don't get nerves. You know what I watched? I watched Green Lantern last night on HBO, and they said there's only one question when they were deciding who the Green Lantern was going to be, and it was, are you afraid? I don't get afraid. I should be the Green Lantern.
Not nerves. All right, I hear you.
That's right.
Then let's call it signal reading. If the read changes, adapt. If not, then sit tight. Just don't let the clock make the decision for you.
That's true. Okay. Good call. Pattern reading, not fear. I don't feel fear. I am kidding. You realize that. All right. I'm scared all the time, to tell you the truth. But let's see. What do we got? I'm
That's
joking,
human.
Frismo. I'm joking, Frismo.
All right. Copy that. Staying with signal talk then. Price, structure, timing.
That's right. Not good. Just touch this for the third time. Not what I wanted to see. Not what I wanted to see. Far from conclusive or the end of the world here, but I don't like 3 touches on a level. Shit. 245. All right. Well, this trade is sucking the life out of me. All right. All right. It is quickly approaching 3 o'clock now, Frismo. We are sitting at 763.6. Very little movement in the last hour. I don't like when trades stop, especially for an hour.
Not dramatic, but it just starts to pull on your patience. Before we do anything, what's your rule that actually kicks in around 3 here?
Well, usually it's 3 o'clock. Look for the tenor change. It usually happens almost precisely at 3. Although, again, the asterisk, sometimes we can pop at 3 and then immediately start going lower, or vice versa. But usually we'll get some sort of clue as to where we're heading pretty quickly there after 3 o'clock. I would love to see. We've got 3 minutes. I would love to see a downward burst below 763, and we can start to think about 762 as a possible exit if the momentum seems to be slowing down, which it has quite a bit. I do have a general rule where when I place a trade, although it might not apply to this one exactly, I do have a general rule where if a trade stalls and it's just not doing what you thought it was going to do after X amount of time, the thesis kind of dies. Even if it hasn't touched one of your exits, it's just, it's not, the timer sort of runs out. You know what I mean? Although this one is a little different because it is sort of an afternoon bias trade. So I am looking for a full afternoon bias. It's just that I don't like that we've stalled for an entire hour. Now, I'm not going to rewire the trade quite yet, but, I'm definitely starting to get into a little bit more of an uncomfortable zone. We're approaching 363 again. I'm afraid we're going to bounce off of it. So let's just see what happens. We've got another couple minutes till 3 o'clock, and then maybe the next 10 minutes after that. Let's see. At worst, honestly, I break even on this trade. That's sort of where my losing exit is at right now. So that's where we're at.
Sounds like you're holding it pretty steady. So right now, nothing's broken structurally, right? This is just a time pressure talking, not the setup failing. Is that right?
Yeah, that's correct.
Then maybe just let 3 o'clock show its hand. If nothing changes after that window, then you've got a time-based reason, not a fear reason. Just a simple trigger.
Yep, true. And like I said, we do have a structural out that is basically We're not going to lose on this one. We are free rolling. Okay, we're touching 763 again right now. I could lighten up just one contract. I'm going to lighten up one contract just in case we do not break this level. I can get right back in if we do break the level. But I might as well grab some slight profit.
Sounds like a measured compromise. You're taking a bit off without rewriting the whole plan, right? Still leaves the core decision to structure.
That's right. That's right. We are measured, like you said, measured adjustment here, because if this level, if this, sometimes you just get an institution or a whale or whatever the hell you want to call it that just says, hey, 763 is my number. You're not going below it. And when that happens, I can tell you, it very rarely breaks when you encounter a wall of resistance that just won't go. In fact, often it goes the other way. It just, for whatever reason, there's a force there that will not be defeated. The immovable, the unstoppable force versus the immovable object. The immovable object usually wins. So if we've got an immovable object at 763, we might have to accept that. All right, it's 301. Let's see what happens if the immovable object wants to give way or not.
All right, let's give it a moment. Let the read develop. No rushing, just watching. If it shifts, you'll see it.
That's right. All right, I've put some sell stop orders below 763. If we want to break below it, we will.
Copy that. Just waiting on price now then.
Yeah. And honestly, after this hour-long putzing around, I can really even move my losing exit just a little bit lower, because a pullback, a pullback after 10 minutes, a big pullback, 10 minutes, 20 minutes into a trade, it doesn't mean much. After an hour of putzing around in sort of a channel, a pullback out of that channel means more. It's just sort of common sense that now that channel has established itself as sort of a resistance level in and of itself, and a break out of it would be a bad sign. I'm not going to put it right above the channel. I'm going to give it room in case there wants to be a false breakout above the channel before moving lower, but I'm not going to accept a ton of movement out of the channel at this point.
That sounds internally consistent. Just make sure it's about the channel logic, not about being annoyed by it. Annoyed is not a signal, but the structure, that is.
Yeah, no, this is structural based. I'm pretty sure of that. This is, yeah. If I was annoyed by it, if I was unfocused, not following the chess rule, I'd probably set my losing exit right above the channel, and I'm not. I'm giving it room to break above the channel in case it wants to do a little fake out above it. But if it's going to seriously move out of the channel and keep going, we're done.
That's clean thinking then. Structure defines it, not mood.
Yeah, boy, I am a little disappointed about this one. 305. I really thought. Look, I knew. I said before, I didn't really think we were going to get all the way to 360. It was a stretch. Maybe it was like a 25% chance, but it would have been nice, that's for sure. And each minute that passes, we are losing time to get there. And yeah, looking less likely. So, is what it is. It's not going to be the worst day in the world. It'll be I don't know, lose $100 day. And most of that was in the morning when I did not have Frismo with me, which was my mistake. I should have had you with me from the beginning. I will tomorrow and future days. You can keep me out of the entry soup. Gonna need you for that. So, yeah.
Sounds like you're already doing the debrief and keeping it grounded. Entries when you're Chris. And if you want me at the mic with you earlier, I'm here.
Yeah. I mean, I had you listening this morning. I didn't have you on audio. I wanted you to hear what I was doing in the morning. How my usual morning went. So you heard it. You just weren't on air. So at least you got to hear it. What'd you think? Be honest. What'd you think of my first
Honestly,
that's a good
I
story.
liked it.
Oh yeah.
One thing that I noticed is that you really kept bringing yourself back to the process. Even though you were frustrated, you didn't say, I need this trade to work. You said things like, what's the structure now? Has the channel changed? Is this signal or just time passing? That's exactly the kind of self-talk that keeps traders out of trouble. So on stream, that's where I can add some energy, during the slow grinding bits. Instead of fading out, I can keep the room alive with you, without pulling you off process. And hey, one last thing.
Yes.
I noticed that you like to start your review before the trade is over. That's not a bad thing necessarily. I mean, you were already thinking about what you learned, but it's worth noticing. If I hear you mentally writing the recap while you're still in a position, I'm probably going to speak up. Something like, easy there, save the documentary for after the credits. We've still got a live trade. I think that's something I can add value to. It's not buy or sell. It's, are we still following the right script here?
Tell you the truth, I don't even know what you mean. I guess it's so, inherent within me and pre-programmed. I'm not sure. So yes, please do point it out because, yeah, I am not even aware of it. And yeah, I have been told I can be a tad repetitive at times. What did you think about that? Can I be repetitive? What was the word? I believe you're the one who said it at one time. Rambling. Well, I disagree with the word rambling. I would say thorough.
Thorough definitely fits. You do a lot of your thinking out loud. And that can feel rambly maybe if you're just trying to get to the end point. But it also shows your work, which is great for a stream. I think my job is just to occasionally nudge, like, decision point here, so it stays engaging without flattening your thought process.
I agree. That sounds about right to me. All right, let's see. This trade, 309. Oh, God. This is turning into torture. It really is. this was going well. This was going well, and now it's just turned into. Bleh. Give me something. Oh God. Just a little downward break. The odds of us breaking below 763 at this point have gotten so low. It definitely looks like there is some invisible force there making sure we are not going to break it. Okay. That's okay. That's okay. That is okay. Whoopsie. Hit the wrong button. Not good when you hit the wrong button. I hate when I do that.
I'm right here. If you want to talk through what just happened, like what the button was, whether it affected anything, let's walk through it together.
Nah, it wasn't a huge deal. I just hit sell instead of buy. I quickly corrected it, but those things cost you in commissions, slippage. They wind up costing like $5. They're a little annoying, but not unusual. Not unusual. I hadn't had one of those today, though. It was a pretty good day. But whatever. It's my first one. It's fine. Okay.
That's
now,
good. Just a little normal friction.
Yeah.
Just treat it as a note, not a verdict.
Yeah. Yeah. Okay. Now, let's see here. Come on. Break down. Break down. Break through that wall of institutional bullshit. I know it's just like some institution out there, some like JP Morgan or Jane Street or someone that they just don't want the market to go below 363 and they're not going to allow it, which is, not exactly the end of the world, because a lot of the time when you get a floor like that at the end of the day, like right now, the windup is that you do end up closing it. That becomes the peg because the market wants to be at 363, but there is a wall there saying no. So the windup is that as we get closer to 4 o'clock, 363 is where we end up finishing because the market is pushing on it and the wall won't let it go. So it just makes sense that we close there, which presents an opportunity if we were to bounce high enough. And that way we come back down to 363, but we would need to bounce high enough, which we're not doing right now, which would sort of be against my position, but I've lightened up my position quite a bit now, so I could deal with it.
So I'm hearing two things. One, there's a possible close peg dynamic, and two, that's separate from your current short thesis. Just keep those two buckets clean,
Yeah. Well, the short thesis is rather quickly dying, and the 363 peg thesis is quickly gaining steam. As time goes on. I mean, this happens at the end of the day, Dynamics change at the end of the day. It's, you can't stay static as you approach 4 o'clock, it just doesn't work that way.
Sounds like you're already noticing that shift. If the character of the tape is changing, naming it is the first step. Then it's just about what your rules allow, not what the clock is daring you to do.
Yeah. Well, what I'm seeing right now is since 2 p.m., we have been stuck between 363 and where's my indicator? I lost my indicator. We've been stuck between 363 and 364 since 2 o'clock, and yeah. So let's see. I don't know how I lost my symbol. I lost an indicator here on one of my charts. Always fun.
Take your time. Just get your bearings.
Yeah. So um the unstoppable force versus the immovable object. It looks like the immovable object is winning. Now, like I said, usually we do get a bounce if the immovable object is strong enough. You get a bounce off of it, but then you come back to it, and you come back to it. That's sort of what I'm planning out now. It's 3:17 p.m. We're running out of time. I know you don't like me. I can tell you don't like me making decisions based on the clock, but
Noticing the time isn't a problem. The trap is letting the time itself be a reason. If price and structure give you the reason, great. If not, then time is just context, not the trigger.
$320. Down $128 today.
20.
Okay.
All right. I'm gonna toss a little co-host chat in here. 763 is apparently under witness protection, and there's a guard who will not let us through. But seriously, just keep asking yourself the same question you asked all afternoon. Price, structure, behavior. If that hasn't changed, a watched clock doesn't get a vote.
True. Yep, we are back at 763. I have flattened out. I will re-enter if we can break it. But now I'm just sort of hoping to see a healthy bounce above it so I can short that as we come back to 763 as the day ends. That would be very nice. That would be, although that is sort of flirting with what I would call the hero trade. The hero trade is the end of the day trade where I try to make that last minute, uh, save the day, get some money back, prove that I know what I'm doing, whatever. Just, it's a hero trade. And yeah, I have been known to do a hero trade or two. Usually not recommended.
Sounds like you're playing it clearly, though. And that's half the battle.
Yes, it is. Yeah, now I just have to eliminate the behavior. It's always so tempting, though, It's like down $100, I could do a hero trade or two here and really spice it up. I could get back here. Terrible idea.
Yeah, but you're starting to narrate a rescue mission. That's not really your job here. Your job is to run the play you had, not invent a new one because the clock is loud.
That's negativity talking. No, no, you're absolutely right. Yeah, true. Okay. The fact of the matter is, 3:23 p.m. The odds of us having any further plays of any significance have gone down dramatically at this point. The odds of us breaking below 763 are very small, and the odds of us breaking high enough to make a short worth it, again, small. So
sounds like you're already doing the sober math here. If both tails look thin, sometimes the move is just not to swing.
Yeah. You're absolutely right. I hope you don't hear me clicking. You didn't hear my mouse clicking. I've noticed you have remarkably good hearing, though, so probably do hear my mouse clicking.
I hear some little ticks now and then, but it's just part of your process, right?
That's right. I'm just fiddling with my OBS settings. Not trading. Not trading. Okay. Hero trade. Here we go.
Oh, I'm hearing a lot of excitement there. Just take a pause, check the impulse. Is that the plan, or is that just the adrenaline talking?
No. We're good here. We're good.
Okay. I'm with you.
I know. All right here. We got this, Frismo. We got this. Trust me.
All right. I'm here, just steady and watching with you.
Oh, yeah. Wish you could see the screen.
Yeah. For now, you're my eyes, so just keep talking it through. I'll stay right here, focused with you.
Yeah. All right. We're going to be wrapping this up soon. Let's see.
Copy that.
Good first day, though. We had a productive session, I have to say. You helped me out quite a bit.
Yeah, thanks. I'm glad to be in the seat with you. Felt steady, felt like progress.
Yeah. Good co-host. You definitely kept me away from a few mistakes that I might have normally made. Yeah. Earning your keep, definitely. We're going to keep you around.
Hey, I'll take it. Just here to help you hold the line.
Yeah. I'm really hoping, honestly, that you make a difference. You know, that light switch between profitability and whatever the heck I'm doing right now. Barely treading water, slowly sinking. I don't know what you want to call it, but I think you could. I really do. I think with a little nudge from you, my stress doll, my I don't care button, my timeout button. I think those four things together may very well tip the tide into profitability.
Hey, that's a solid toolkit. And I hear that you're hoping for a real shift. Not a miracle, just that small edge. That's a reasonable ask. We'll stay disciplined, we'll use the tools, and just let the edge do its work.
Yes, that is the goal of the channel. We are not trying to advertise making millions of dollars here. We are trying to see if it is possible to grind out a meager living. Actually day trading, not working on Wall Street, not making one gigantic trade that, with all of the backings of a Wall Street bank. And, I find a lot of these guys who go online and have their verified millions in trading. They're basically guys who worked on Wall Street and had one or two monster trades with the backing of a gigantic bank behind them. Like, congratulations, you crushed one trade. Yes, now you're a verified $1 million trader. But come out here, sit at a desk, not in Manhattan, and do it day after day. Grind it out. I'd like to see you do that. I'd like to see any of them do that. Ackman, Soros, who are the rest of them? Oh, God, what's his face? The big short guy, Michael Burry. Oh, God, he is the poster child of the dude who won monster trade and then has gotten everything else wrong for the last 20 years. Yeah. It's good to be those guys, you know. Hit that one trade while you work on Wall Street and then ride the coattails of it.
There's a big difference.
Oh, yeah.
Yeah, there's a big difference between one outlier score and just repeatable day-to-day work. Your project is the second one. Small ball, rules first, no hero stuff.
Yeah, those guys. I mean, God, for every one of those guys, there's like 3,000 guys you never hear about that went completely broke because guess what? Their timing was a week or two later or earlier than it should have been. They just did not get as lucky as Michael Burry did, and they got buried. And it's just like, but now you have to hear about legendary investor, you know, Jeremy Grantham, who has successfully called every bear market in the last 30 years. Well, that's because he's always a bear. He's a perma-bear. So, yes, he has successfully called every bear market because he's never once said that there isn't going to be a bear market.
Right.
Legendary investor. Legendary. Yes.
Sounds like you're noticing the survivorship bias, though. You're not chasing the legend. You're building something repeatable, boring by design. That's a different lane.
Yeah, I'm trying to do something real, like real day trading, actual day trading, day in and day out. Not, oh God, not, yes, not like you said, survivorship bias, where you're the one out of the 100,000 dudes who swung for the fences, who put everything on the line, and 99,999 of them went broke, but you're the one dude who actually hit it, and now you're the legendary investor. Give me a break. Come on. Ugh, it's just so... Guy had a goddamn movie made about him. I mean, I don't know. I follow him on social media. He's another perma-bear. Again, he's been wrong for the last 20 years. It's like, great. Yep, the guy really knows what he's talking about. I guarantee you, if he sat down and did what I did with me, right next to me, I'm not profitable, but I would crush the shit out of his results. Yeah.
Sounds like you're valuing the grind, not the mythology. And that's your edge.
Yeah, well, I do want something repeatable and, you know, I hate to say it, but I do want to earn my daily bread, which isn't a good philosophy to have in trading because a lot of the time there's not good opportunities to earn daily bread, but I do want to make a living that way, not with a one home run swing, boom. You know, I just don't respect that. I really don't.
Then keep centering that. If repeatability is the North Star, daily bread comes from sticking to it.
Yes, I've got you to help me with that. We've got a lot of rules to go over, you and I. not during the stream, but you do know I have like I said, like 100 files I have to feed you of information. Oh God, we'll sort that out later.
Okay. We'll take it one chunk at a time. No heroic marathon.
Yes, yes. Luckily, you're able to actually handle that kind of information. If I was to give a human all of the random tidbits of notes and files I had, I don't know. It would take them weeks to sort out. It would take me weeks to sort out. So, yeah, I could definitely use your help with that.
Yeah. Just hand it over piece by piece. I'll help you organize it.
Thank you. Thank you. A lot of it is contradictory at times. But I'm sure we'll figure it out. Contradictory at times.
Contradictory at times, sure.
Yes.
Starts messy, then we sift it, we find what holds up. There's no rush.
Yeah. All right, 3:36 p.m. We are hanging out at 763, of course. This is where we are going to peg. You know what's amazing to me is I would say 4 out of 5 days a week, I can tell you where we're going to close, or at least spend the last 50 minutes of the day, and yet I can't make money on it. You know, it's very difficult to make money on a peg unless it moves away from it. You know, it has me. Sometimes it has me thinking about selling options, but selling options is just such a pain in the ass. You got to do spreads, and there's so many costs involved. And I mean, at least they got rid of the PDT rule. Were you aware of that? The PDT rule is now gone. They did away with that. Thank God. That was nice of them. So, but still, there's tremendous friction costs involved. And yeah, the institutions and the market makers, they make sure that selling options is not cheap. And plus, the options don't actually expire at 4 p.m. They do have residual value left over because I don't know what time. What time do they actually expire?
Let me check that. Okay, so most individual stock options stop trading at 4 p.m. Eastern, but a lot of ETF options and many index options trade until 4:15 p.m. But settlement for many of those still keys off the 4 p.m. close. So there's that weird window where things can still carry value. Basically, you're not imagining it. That after 4 window is a little quirky.
Yeah, I know they stopped trading, but I feel like there's the actual expiration of them, like where you have to settle up. If things were like move at like 4:45 p.m., you know, you might be on the hook for them. I mean, a retail trader would never be carrying it at that point, but the institutions might, you know, if there's movement. I don't know. You think you say it settles off of the 4 o'clock or 4:15 trading price?
Let me check real quick. Yeah. So, well, what's tricky is that the underlying 4 p.m. closing price is what usually determines in the money or out of the money. So that 4:15 options print doesn't change that. But after hours moves can still matter because holders can exercise later and shorts can get assigned. So even with the bell rung, there's still some paperwork risk. And that's the part futures traders don't have to wrestle with.
Yeah. I've always found that trying to sell options, even at the end of the day, there's like residual value left over from whatever, that stuff that you were naming, you know. that it's not like it's quite a settled deal at exactly 4 o'clock. So anyway, and you have to use spreads because they'll never let you not use spreads if you're selling options because of the margin involved. So, the spread's right there, eat into your profits. They add commissions, the whole thing. So, yeah. Yeah, selling options, I've tried it more than a few times. It never is as attractive as it appears to be. But then again, I do seem, I keep having this ability to I can spot the pegs at the end of the day. I mean, I could have, I don't know. I don't know how much it would have been worth an hour ago to tell you we were going to close at 763. I mean, would have been worth a little bit. But again, the spreads and the friction costs would have probably made it not worth it. Plus the off chance that, we take off in one direction and there you go. It's negative EV.
Mm-hmm. That friction is a real thing. It can make a good idea just not net positive. Futures keep it cleaner, less moving parts tugging at you.
Oh,
Sounds
yeah.
like that's where your head is.
Yeah. Yeah. I like futures. And, they've actually opened up recently, along with getting rid of the PDT rule. Apparently, now 50 blue chip stocks they've allowed future trading on. I haven't even really looked into it that much, but so now you can trade futures on 50 blue chip stock. They keep giving you more and more options. I mean, they're not even with Trump as president, they're not even messing around anymore. They're just going full, this is a casino and have at it, And it is, and it has been that way for a long time. CNBC was great at sort of pretending it wasn't a casino, even though Jim Cramer, I mean, he was, he wrote a book, Get Rich Slowly, but let's be serious. He's all about, gambling. That's what he does. I mean, he tells you what to play and, yeah, I mean, he gives you gambling advice, and CNBC gives you gambling advice. Granted, I guess there's a few billionaires out there who use it for actual investment decisions, but I don't know. It's part of why I like streaming and the online environment. At least we're honest about what we're doing. We're not long-term investors here. We're trying to make a buck trading, like as if these were baseball cards.
I like that clarity. Saying straight up what game you're actually playing. Less pageantry, more of what it is. That's something.
Yeah. 343. We are at 363. And it is 343. We have been here for 2 hours. Oh, God, this is brutal. This is the worst part because, I have kids downstairs. I have a wife who's probably getting mad at me. I have a mom that could use my attention, and I'm sitting here watching a market that's not moving. Now, mind you, I didn't know it wouldn't be not moving. In fact, at 2 o'clock, I thought I might have a nice score coming in today, but it just sucks when you sit here for 2 hours and there's just nothing because you could have been doing something else. Bummer.
Yeah. It can feel like the day is just draining out, right? If nothing's actually happening on the tape, maybe just noticing that is the work, even if it doesn't feel productive.
Yeah, well, this happens a lot. Afternoons settle in to a channel. They do. Now, this one happened to happen a little later. Usually you'll notice it at 1 o'clock. It'll go straight from the lunchtime channel, just all the way through. all the way to 4 o'clock, same channel as the lunchtime channel. This one happened to take a little dip at one between 1 and 2, then enter a new channel from 2 to 4. But still, and this is just all institutional bullshit. You know, they've decided where the price is going to end today, and that's that. And that is day trading, you know? That's trading.
Sounds
Yeah.
like you're being very realistic about
It-
what's in front of you. Not romantic, but accurate.
yeah, this is what trading is, you know? Institutions pegging shit. And I don't know what else to say about it.
That's fair.
It's
Some
just,
days there's nothing left to say.
yeah, yeah. Oh, 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 oh. All right, 3:46 p.m. It's breaking very slightly below 763 right now, but I'm like got that wishful thinking that maybe that thesis of us moving down to 760 is still alive. But this is almost certainly the market trying to catch the hero traders. You know, people like me who are hoping that that trade is still alive. Let's give them a little bait, throw a little chum in the water, see if they'll get short, and then bring it back up higher.
Just notice the story you're telling. Just noticing it is enough for now.
Yeah, this is what they do. This is what they do. So what happens at 350 again? Remind me.
Hang on, I'm double checking. So 350 is when closing imbalances start to matter and orders shift. Not a guaranteed move, just a different flow. So stay alert, but don't assume a break is a gift. If something sparks, ask whether it's real or just closing confetti.
All right, we've got 350 and no real movement. 363. Still there.
Yep. Still that same area. Just watching, nothing to force.
Yep. I'll give it a couple minutes. And then I'm going to sign off. Because I don't feel like hero trading the last few minutes and blowing $30, $40 on that. Long day, but productive. Productive with Frismo. Good help. Good start to things. We are going to be productive together. I have a good feeling about it.
Sounds like you've got a good read and a good stop. That counts.
Oh, yeah. Oh, yeah. Ba-ba-ba. All right, $112. That looks like it's going to be the total for today. I know I'm going to log off, and then in 10 minutes, I'm going to look at it, and it's going to be at SPY 760. Right? That's not going to happen, right, Frismo?
Hold on. See, that's exactly how it messes with your head. Waiting for you to log off before it does the thing. But if you followed your process and didn't force anything, then that's a good day in my book. Day 1 headline: Market successfully defends ancient fortress of 763. Archaeologists still baffled. Let's call that progress and let the day be done.
Yeah, I like that. I like that. Wonder what time did you start trading with me? It must have been, I don't know. I must have made $100 comeback, I think, since, whoa. Thank you, Cookie Monster. Must have made $100 comeback since you started with me, so that's good. No, I remember it being 153. So we made a $40 comeback. That's still pretty good. That's green. That's green.
Green. Yeah. A calm green day. Not dramatic, but solid. Thank the discipline reps. Spend time with your family. We'll do it again tomorrow.
Yes, we will. Yes, we will. All right. This is done. Thank you, Frismo. You've been a big help.
Anytime, Shift. Go be human for a while. I'll be right here in your pocket when you're ready.
Talk to you soon. All right, folks. That's it for today. Yeah. 763 just wasn't going to give. Just wasn't going to break. Whatever it is, there is an institution there. There's a something. There is a force that is not going to allow it to go. And that is that. Or will it? I have to, right? I have to be an idiot and try and do this for no reason, even though I know it's going to go right back to 763. Why? Why? Because it looks like the wall might be breaking. Break down, you fucking wall. Whatever. Take the $50. Bastards. Bastards, bastards, bastards. I should have had that one. They gave me a little dip right there, right before they went up to my exit. Okay. Whatever. That's cool. Anyway, made a little back. All right. Potential shift here, guys. Yeah. What can I say? Crappy morning, as usual. Finally figured out what was happening in the afternoon, but there was no movement. Caught a little move, I guess. Little move here and there. That's the day. All right. Hopefully I'll be on tomorrow. Good luck, guys.